This program is brought to you by cable franchise fees and generous donations from viewers like you.
First of all, we are now going to go to agenda item 7, and then later we will come back to the consent agenda. So I'm going to ask, Paul, did you want me to call on you first or just, okay. I'm going to ask Stephanie O'Keefe, Stephanie O'Keefe. I knew I'd do that. Sorry. Stephanie Ciccarello, our sustainability coordinator, and Laura Drucker, who is the chair of ECAC. And this is a long-awaited report that we have been looking forward to. They're going to make a presentation and we'll have some opportunity for questions. But I want to point out to the council, this is just the beginning of receiving this plan. It is not the end. So if you'll proceed, please.
Thank you, Lynn. So as Lynn said, I'm Stephanie Ciccarello, the Sustainability Coordinator for the Town of Amherst, and also the staff liaison to the Energy and Climate Action Committee. And this report, as Lynn stated, is the result of at least 2 years worth of work. We hired the consultant Linnaean Solutions to assist us with the development of this plan. It worked earlier. Thanks. Can you go to the next slide? Okay, so our process, as you all know, started in the summer and fall of 2020, in which we engaged a community consultant to work with us in outreach to the community and to select community members who would participate in a task group process. The task group process was over the summer and fall of 2020. We had a total of 4 task groups that met 3 times each. So that was a total of 12 meetings throughout that time period, in which we talked about the principles, actions, and priorities as they related to climate action within the community of Amherst. In the winter of 2021, the consultant gathered all of the input from that process, also investigated and researched the town of Amherst plans and looked at best practices from other communities in the way to develop our plan and to prioritize actions within our plan. In the spring of 2021, our consultant took a stab at a first draft and presented that to the ECAC. Town of Amherst staff, such as department heads, were involved in reviewing the plan as well, that initial draft, as well as task group members. We had a community meeting where we had our consultant present the draft plan to the community groups. And from that, we then took all of the feedback from that process and then had yet another version of the plan, which was kind of towards the final plan, which was then given to the town manager for his final feedback. And the report that you have that was submitted to you is the result of all of that input. So there was a lot of input from a lot of people over quite a period of time. I'll try to advance, but. So, as you know, our climate action goals came from the Energy and Climate Action Committee. They were recommended by the committee to the council, which you all adopted. And just as a reminder, it's 25% below our 2016 levels that were identified in our baseline climate emissions inventory by 2025, 50% below 2016 levels by 2030, and then full carbon neutrality by 2050, which is a very lofty goal. The focus of this plan is on the initial target, which is 25% below 2016 levels by 2025. The other recommendations are for moving forward beyond that time period. The plan principles that we identified really were to give community members a sense of ownership. So they were identified as really focused on increasing equity, accessibility, and inclusion in ways that make people feel like this plan actually belongs to them. So that was the focus of a lot of the outreach to the community. And then the strategies that we developed really were evaluated along these dimensions. So they were looked at specifically for emissions and costs, equity and resilience. Who are the leaders, partners, and existing resources that can help implement these projects? And then metrics, what are the metrics that we'll use in order to move forward? What are the milestones and what is the readiness? So all of those things were evaluated, and you'll see that in the table at the end. So the roadmap, as I mentioned, is really the piece of this that we want you to really focus on, as this is our first, the first effort to reducing our emissions within the community. This is our first goal, is the 25% emission reductions by 2025. And we feel that this is a really important task to achieve, and it's really the roadmap that's in here are really the strategies that get you there. Our consultant looked very careful at these. They're ambitious. They are not necessarily always easy actions, but they are possible with some dedication and commitment to this plan and to the goals that you have set before us. So when we look at what this means, it means that this is an issue that touches everybody. This plan touches everybody. Climate action is equitable in that it reaches every single individual within our community. It's not equitable in that it unfortunately impacts others in our community that are most often not treated, I think I would say, in the same way and have the resources in the same way that others in our community have, which is sort of in par with some of what you heard earlier. So collaboration is essential. It really means that everybody in this town needs to work together. Everybody has a role to play. Everybody has something that they can do to make this plan possible. And ultimately, Amherst as an entity we can't do this alone. Climate change is obviously a really big issue. So it's not to say that Amherst here, you solve this issue. This plan is to say that this is what we can do, and it's our responsibility as a town that we can do what we can do to make this move forward, and that we will look to the state and to the federal government as well to provide opportunity. And we will encourage that opportunity when we can and when it's reasonable. So if we look at our plan sectors and the roadmap, there are 5 sectors that are identified here. Originally, we had 4. We had buildings, renewable energy, land use and natural systems, transportation, and infrastructure. Those were the original task groups. Governance and communications evolved out of the task group process that we had, because these were repeatedly things that came up, and it identified the need to have this 5th sector that we had to look to. So when we look at what were these sort of the key themes around equity, increasing participation, and leading by example, these were the things that came up as a community that we really needed to focus on. When we look to our roadmap to 2025, again, these are the actions that we want to look to sort of be the first steps. These are the first things that we need to focus on. Throughout this plan, I will say that the way this is laid out is there's the roadmap to 2025, and then there's beyond 2025. What we're asking you to do when you review this plan is to look at all of the actions, but to understand that beyond 2025, we don't know what's possible. We don't know what opportunities will exist. We don't know what funding streams will exist. So we're asking you to look at those actions that are things that will be kind of the foundation for future development of future roadmaps and future actions. So roadmap to 2025, we really want you to look at as like, these are things we want you to do and we want you to do in this time frame. Beyond that, we're not sure exactly when is the appropriate time. We do think there are things that the town should commit to when resources are available. And for buildings, again, these are the priorities that we discussed. I don't want to spend too much time because I know it's late. So I will say that you have these in your packet and you can look at them, but all of these are within the plan. So Renewable energy, we look at the community choice aggregation effort will make this an opportunity for the town to increase its supply of renewable energy. And we know that that's something that's being developed and is on the horizon, which we hope will be enabled probably within the next 2 to 3 years. When we look at land use and natural systems, we know from, the community that there are several people that this especially is a priority because it becomes about food justice. So we do look at growing food locally, good stewardship practices, and balancing competing land uses. And again, the items that we identify in the roadmap to 2025 are things that we know, some of which are definitely in the works. For instance, expanding the mobile market and local food access. We understand that these are priorities and that really these are about equity as well as environmental action. For transportation, these are again, some of the priorities that we identified. Transportation is really a really large issue and probably one of the most expensive issues, but also is one of the areas besides buildings that we really need to focus on. And when we look at an item like achieving zero waste, that seems a little bit like, it seems a bit out of place, right? You would sort of question why that's even there. Most communities have waste within their climate action plans. Part of the reason is because every single individual in this community produces waste. The transportation needs that it takes to transport that waste within the town or outside of the town are relevant. And although they might not have a direct impact on the town's emissions itself, they do have an impact regionally and globally. All of these things add up. So that's why zero waste is actually identified as a transportation initiative. One thing I want to say before I move on is just to say that equity was definitely a very major part of this plan and creating this plan. And I want to read something from page 19, if you will allow me. On page 19, there's that question, what is equity? And it's defined as equity is the foundation of climate justice. Equity centers the ways that the past continues to impact the present and recognizes that the decisions of today shape the future. Its 4 pillars are procedural. The people who are most affected by decisions are an integral part of making them. Distributional. All members of the community receive a fair share of the benefits and experiences a fair share of the impacts from a decision or action. Structural. Processes recognize the historical and lived inequities that community members face and provide support for all members of the community to engage as fully and with as few barriers as possible. And intergenerational. Processes, decisions, and actions aim to fulfill the needs of current generations while ensuring that future generations can do so too. I think you'll find that a lot of these equity goals are similar to what our other group that was before us had come in to discuss. And I think that you'll find that investment in some of these processes would be relevant for both the actions of the Community Safety Working Group as well as the Climate Action Plan. And some of that has to do with equitable process in town government. And so I wanted to say that our implementation metrics is really if you wanted a quick snapshot of what this plan is all about, you can just go to the implementation matrix. It identifies the actions in the 2025 roadmap that we're asking you to look at. It identifies what they are. It also gives you an idea of the readiness. So 1 R means that they're more ready than others. The others that have more R's mean it takes a longer period of time. Similarly with the cost, a single dollar sign means it's less expensive, more dollar signs means it's more expensive. And then what the carbon mitigation value is, whether it's high, medium, low, or it's really not specifically relevant, but all of those things are identified. So that's a really quick glimpse for the whole plan. So with that, I would like to pass on the implementation part of this to next steps to our chair, Laura Drucker.
Thanks, Stephanie. Just wanted to maybe have you just confirm that implementation, the information on that matrix was reviewed and with a lot of input from town staff, correct? On the cost and the readiness of these projects. I think that's an important point. So thank you. So I just want to touch quickly on next steps. The implementation of this plan is going to require action and collaboration from all community members and all levels of government, from town committees to town council, all the way up to state and federal level. To start, we propose I'm gonna go through just a few quick next steps for 3 particular levels of government: ECAC, town council, and town manager. So in a letter that ECAC drafted and that is included in the report, we sort of got together as a committee and determined that, there's this, as you can tell from the report and from Stephanie's presentation, there's just a ton of work to be done, and it's not all going to be done by ECAC. But we wanted to identify sort of 5 areas where we felt as a committee we had the most interest and ability to also participate and help with the implementation. These are listed here around education, thinking about innovative financing options and raising awareness about financing opportunities. The local energy piece, supporting the CCA and supporting education around that effort. Buildings in particular, how do we create some additional transparency around the buildings in our town? How do we pilot and help support energy retrofits to make our commercial buildings and our rental buildings in particular more energy efficient for both the residents and the landlords? And then municipal policy, how do we work with the town manager to integrate greenhouse gas reduction strategy in all aspects of town operations, especially procurement, facility operations, maintenance, and vehicle fleets? And we're seeing this play out as really best practice. The corporate world, in the government world at the federal level, to take climate action seriously, it has to be integrated into all aspects of operations. And we're seeing great progress and movement towards this already in the town, which we're very grateful for. For the town council, we'd like to see you, of course, accept the CARP or whatever the right terminology is there. There's a program you could opt into right now, the PACE program, with a majority vote from the town council. This allows Amherst to access financing programs that facilitate renewable energy and energy efficiency improvements in commercial and industrial buildings. So that's just an opt-in, no cost thing that we can do today. Well, maybe not today, but when you can. Work with the town manager to provide guidance on the plan's implementation, specifically to the roadmap 2025, and identify which town council committees the ECAC should and other committees in town should collaborate with to advance specific elements of the roadmap. The town manager, we'd like to see some research with input from ECAC on a mechanism for town staff to collaborate with residents, ECAC, and town council on implementation. When looking to other towns, we do see once implementation starts, there needs to, many towns identify ways that there's clearer collaboration and communication between the town staff and other parts of the town. This is also, I think, a place where we can look to examples, but we need to figure out a plan that works for Amherst. We need to figure out a plan that works to center equity in planning and decision-making, like Stephanie mentioned before. And so just throwing out a proposed timeline that would sort of have us spending the next few months really doing this implementation development with a goal of having a presentation by the town manager on the implementation plan. And then in December, having ECAC provide their annual report, which isn't part of our charge, detailing the action plan and budget recommendations for 2022. So with that, I just want to thank you for listening and supporting our work so far, and we look forward to working together on implementation.
Thank you. Let me start by saying I want to make sure that we express our serious appreciation for the ECAC, for your leadership, Laura, and for Stephanie, for all of the work that you have done to work with this committee and with your staff in the town. This is an amazing report. It's pulling together so many pieces that too often we think of separately and not as a whole. With that, let me also mention, we do have a motion later. I'm not going to put that forward, but let's just go to council questions. And you can either raise your hand physically if you're here, or you can also use the raise hand function in the Zoom link. Questions? Kathy?
This is a great report, and I didn't have a lot of time to read the actual report and presentation. So one of my questions is looking beyond Amherst, the extent there are state initiatives or federal initiatives that could support some of the specific areas. So even in listening to our CPAC discussions, it doesn't have a category called sustainability in it, even though it's community preservation. So if the state opened up money that it could pour into affordable housing that we have already, that was built with CPAC money to retrofit, to put solar in. So trying to think of where you tap into resources. Have you started that explanation? And some of that would require legislative change. So it's not that, oh, there's the money, let's just, Stephanie's been great at grabbing grants when they appear, but a legislative agenda that's not just at the municipal level, but thinking of, we've got great state reps. So that's my question.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I think that's a perfect example of how we could collaborate on implementation. So, I mean, the PACE program that I mentioned is a state program. The town needs to opt into it to participate. That's one that we've identified. But there's likely more, and there will be more coming. I think we're at really a unique point in time, right? I think at the state level, there's a comprehensive climate plan that just was passed. At the federal level, hopefully there will be some infrastructure plans passed shortly. And so we need to be ready as a town to accept this funding. And so talking to CPAC or to whoever to figure out where are there areas where maybe we can better prepare ourselves to accept these funds, and where are areas where we should be pushing our state reps to allocate or advocate for more funding to support places where we're having trouble meeting our goals. So that's been a part of our work to date. I think there's much more to do, and there will be much more opportunities available as we move forward.
Okay. Darcy, you have to unmute.
Sorry.
Great.
Can you hear me?
We can.
I just want to thank Stephanie for all the time and work she's put into creating this plan. And Laura for being the person who personally proposed our very bold climate action goals that the town council did adopt in 2019, and for leading ECAC over the last 2 years through the town's outreach to the BIPOC community members and our discussion with consultants. This plan provides a lot of great actions we can sink our teeth into right now. And the bottom line is that because we have decided that climate action is a priority town goal, and this is in the plan, we need to set up the policies and structures that will ensure that we integrate a climate lens into all our town actions and get started as soon as possible, and commit to ongoing staffing and funding. So again, I want to thank everybody who's worked on this plan, especially Lauren de la Parra, who I think is in the attendees. She's with Linnaean Solutions. And again, Stephanie and Laura. And one other thing is that one thing the council can do right off the bat is to join the PACE program. So I hope that might be our first act.
It's actually something the town manager is indicated he would prepare a memo for, and we probably will bring forward on either the 28th or July 12th.
Great.
Dorothy, right next to me.
Yes.
This is so weird.
Hi, I'm really coming at this as a total layperson, looking at the dates. And the near ones, I understand because we're working very hard. But I think we're talking about controlling emissions that the town has control over, which is as opposed to the emissions of the whole town, all the people, all the houses, all the businesses, all the cars. Are you not? So, and then all of a sudden it jumps to 2050, which is a long time away. And whenever I hear a report on climate change and the terrible news we see of the whole West burning, like 2050 sounds like an awful long time from now. And it's kind of like if the world's climate has increased, 2% by that time, it's all over anyway. So I guess I'm really wondering about the reality of the time frame, which I don't know how you're going to do it, but on the other hand, I think you've got to do it and do it faster.
Yeah, great point. So our original goals were based on what has been set out by the International Panel for Climate Change, right? IPCC, I think that's how it goes. Basically saying to avoid the worst impacts of climate globally, we need to be at net zero by 2050, which means we need to reduce emissions as much as humanly possible, and then invest in removal technologies to get us to zero. So we based our plan in that. I think the key point is really half by 2030. I work for an NGO that, helps to push companies to act, and that's what we're telling companies to do. They need to halve their emissions by 2030. And I think that we should be working towards that goal as well. I think ideally this would all work together, right? You've got your GMs and your Fords of the world making their electric trucks, and we're moving, and as we're moving as a town, all these other areas are moving, and by 2030, the whole economy looks a bit different for the better. And so that's what we're aiming towards, and this plan tries to focus on things we can do within Amherst, but also recognizing that we have to, we have to rely on state and federal level action too. Yeah.
So I just want to add to that, what we do have control over is policy and how things happen within the community. And one of the things that we really need to look at in terms of buildings is net zero building development. So especially for affordable housing. So these are things that the town really needs to work on. Some of that is dictated at the state level for sure, but anything that the town can do to make that happen is really vital, because as we said earlier, people that are disproportionately impacted by climate change tend to be in our community, the rental community. And we have a 45% rental population. So it's really vital that we address the needs of those people, as well as the individual homeowners. When people are constructing homes, we need to look at that across the board. So these are bold initiatives that are important, but we can't be afraid to sort of make that commitment. We really need to make sure that these things happen within the community, because like anything else, we can keep, if we keep putting it off, the problem just gets worse. We're beyond the point of no return, really. I mean, we are going to experience change. We are experiencing change. Just look at the temperatures in the West. It's at a tipping point. It's beyond a tipping point. So it does matter. It seems like we only have so much control, but it's bold decision making that has to happen.
Okay, thank you. Shalini.
Yes, I also want to just appreciate the hard work and the leadership that our town staff and this committee has shown in doing this work. I love the report. And my two questions were, one related to seeing that UMass is 55% of the stationary emissions and Amherst College is 7.8%. Is anyone coordinating with them, and what does that look like, that coordination with the institutions, if you want to reduce the carbon emissions and reach that goal? And the second thing is, I really do appreciate the idea that we are into bringing this lens into all of our decision making. And I'm looking at that table and seeing, as member of Community Resources Committee, what are the decisions we make that might impact, that might involve you all. And so do you envision what that collaboration might look like with CRC and other committees? Like, do you want to be informed when we're making these decisions? When do we get your feedback, input? Do you have any ideas what that might look like?
I was just going to say that that's really part of, the next step is determining what that implementation path will be. So in terms of coordinating with the other institutions of higher education, I'm actually going to defer to Laura because of her former role at Amherst College. But I will say that in terms of implementation plans, that is something that the town manager will hopefully be working on with staff and with the committee.
Yeah, I think the short answer is yes, we are in communication. We do have members of our committee that are part of both of those institutions, particularly UMass. And, we've already talked about how we could potentially collaborate once they publish their newest climate plan, I think any time now. I think that the colleges and university will help to move us towards our goal. And so I think we appreciate the work they do. We also need to watch and hold them accountable as well to make sure that they're doing that work. So I think that'll be an important part of the town's work moving forward. I think in terms of, I guess I would almost put that question back to you. This is my 2 years in a town committee and I'm still not quite sure how to interact with the town council. So I would love to have some guidance on how, you all think that we can most effectively engage with you on some of these pieces. Because I think really, truly, this is all going to need to be a collaborative effort. And I am looking forward to doing that.
You've asked the
Thank you. We will get back to you on that
big
then.
question. Thank you, Shalini, and thank you for those answers. Pat?
I don't have a question as much as a comment. I am incredibly respectful of how you've integrated equity and issues of equity into the full report. And that feels to me like a lesson for this council and the town staff in terms of integrating equity issues across the board. I think the statement is ground climate action in human relationships and reparation, which seems to me to be the actions that we need to take in every area that our responsibility touches. So thank you very, very much.
Excellent observation, Pat. Very true. Paul, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you. So first, I do want to thank the committee, but also Stephanie. Stephanie hasn't just been staff to the committee, but she has been a visionary for the committee. She's educated me a lot and brought her experience with Healthy Hampshire and other places and how to conceive of how we should be interacting with people and involving people in a coherent and an inclusive way. So I want to thank Stephanie for the work. I mean, if you read the report, which I hope we all did, it's over 100, some 70 pages or something. It's a pretty impressive document. So thank you for that. And I think that, one of the things that we tried to do that the finance director did this year is we started to tag in our capital improvement program things that do address climate change or sustainability in a certain way. So I think in a very small way, we started to do that as we integrated our capital improvement program. And so credit to our finance department for already sort of moving on this. And as we start to say, how does this really work for us? How do we do all the things, all these aspirational things that we seek? And lastly, the PACE program, the finance director has written a memo. We're ready to move on that. And I think wherever the president wants to schedule it, that's ready to go when you're ready for it.
Great, thank you. Alyssa?
I actually have a question about the motion. So if there are other questions, I certainly defer to that.
Right, and I thank you, Alyssa. You first suggested a motion, and I then consulted with Stephanie and Laura today in terms of tying the motion into the report and the timeline in the report. So that was why we ended up with a change in the original motion, because the feeling of both Stephanie and Laura was that having the town manager come back 2 weeks later, it was just not feasible. With that, let me start with the motion that is now in your sheet. And if there's changes that people want to make, we can.
Could you clarify which of the 3 motion sheets that's in the public packet we're actually
Yes.
using?
It is the
There are
one that
3.
was posted late this afternoon. It was, I don't know exactly the time. This was probably one of the most challenging motion sheets I've ever dealt with. So the motion is as follows. To direct the town manager to present a plan to implement the roadmap described in the Climate Action Adaptation and Resilience Plan dated 06/14/21 to the town council by November 15, 2021. So I am making that motion. Is there a second? Okay, comments? Liz, I'm back to you.
Thank you. So then I'm going to clarify for those following at home that if you're in the packet, the document center that says 56675 is the motion sheet you want. It's out of the 3 motion sheets that are posted there, none of which have a timestamp on them, so you can't tell which is which. It's document 56675, but it does show clearly what Ms. Griesemer just read. So my question has nothing to do with the actions of the committee, which, as others have stated, has been amazingly comprehensive and amazingly deep in terms of thinking about all the different kinds of things that Amherst has wanted to do for a long time and build on all of those efforts, particularly in reaching out into communities that are often not otherwise heard from. My question is this. Based on my experience of serving in town government since 1999, it has never ever been the case that a committee presents a plan and the plan and everything that it says in it is accepted and acted on. I think this is a fundamental frustration that Community Safety Working Group and the public have expressed very clearly, that they made recommendations. Why aren't we simply acting on all of them? It's a frustration that's come up associated with the master plan, which I worked on for many years, that we haven't implemented everything in the master plan. We've had a solid waste plan that we haven't implemented everything in. And yet, and this again has nothing to do with the committee, who's doing a great job. This is our way of approaching town governance. Suddenly, on this issue, we're directing the town manager to implement a report in its entirety at some point in the process. Now, I'm not saying we're doing every step at the beginning, but we are telling him under this motion to implement the entire roadmap that has been presented to us. So if that's true, then we should be implementing everything Community Safety Working Group told us to do. If we are no longer in a position where we pick and choose pieces of plans to implement, then this plan does not deserve any higher precedence than the plan presented by Community Safety Working Group. So I think the council has to figure out what its intentions are with committees and plans. Again, wonderful plan, that's not the point.
Darcy.
Yeah, I would just say that this motion is just asking the town manager to prioritize the actions. But the reason that I raised my hand is because I was going to offer what I hope is a friendly amendment, just to coincide with the slides that we have, to add the words with input from the ECAC. So the town manager, comma, with input from ECAC, which is what it says on the slides that were the recommendations from the staff and the ECAC on the slides.
I made the motion. Pat, you seconded it. Is there a comment?
I hear what Counselor Dumont is saying, and I'm also hearing what Counselor Brewer said. And are we implementing the recommendations of the CSWG? Will they be working directly with the town manager? In the same way we're suggesting.
I'm going to call a point of order. We need to stick to the ECAC plan. And when we get to the other things, we can do that. You can't keep conflating the two.
You read the correct motion again, because
Yeah.
just like Alyssa, I couldn't find the right.
Okay. To direct the town manager, I'm going to read it without adding in, to present a plan to implement the roadmap described in the Climate Action Adaptation and Resilience Plan dated 06/14/21 to the Town Council by November 15, 2021. And I'm sorry that we didn't even come up with this change until about 2:30 this afternoon. And the amendment, or the friendly amendment, is to insert with input from ECAC. And that is suggested, that is consistent with the way the document itself reads. Yeah. Mandy Jo, you're next, sorry.
Well, I don't know whether that part's going to be in it or not. It hasn't been a formal motion, so I don't know whether you guys are going to put it in or not. But the change from a list of prioritized implementation steps to a plan to implement the roadmap described is a huge change. It essentially is saying the council's adopting this and we're going to go forward completely. I don't think at this time I can accept that.
Okay.
So I think I'm going to have to vote no to this motion.
So I'm hearing this is one of the issues that I frankly struggled with. And when Alyssa Brewer and I discussed a motion earlier, had struggled with it then, because we haven't said this is the plan we want to move forward with. So do we want an implementation plan? My initial plan, to be honest, was to not have a motion tonight at all. Because we received the report on Thursday and we really haven't had the opportunity to spend a lot of time discussing it. So I'm more than willing to withdraw the motion. But at some point, we need to decide as a council what we are doing with this report.
We would have to talk. We would have to talk about it,
Right,
which we haven't done.
right. Hold on, just let me check. Kathy, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's premature, what you just said, to do a motion,
Okay.
that we need a discussion, even on elements like pace, which I'm hearing about for the first time.
Mhm.
I would want to know more about it. It may be great, but I would just
Right.
want to know what the experience has been. So there's some specifics here that I don't think we should just say yes, you know.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm perfectly willing to take the motion off the table. Pat is as well. Is there any other comment or questions at this time? I'm just seeing. Yeah, Alyssa.
The reason I cobbled together a motion that I asked that the people who knew more about it would review last week is because we didn't want to just say, thank you so much for this amazingly wonderful report. Now we'll go home and read it and just leave it open-ended as to when we would ever get back to it. So I know that there was some thought at one point as to whether or not the whole thing was going to get referred to a committee, a portion would get referred to it as a committee. I understand completely what people are saying about having more of a discussion about it. But I think given that the motion's been withdrawn, I think before we end this section of the agenda, we just need to be clear with each other, with the committee and with the public as to what's going to happen next if there isn't yet a motion, because we're not yet prepared to act on a motion, not just that was nice, we'll talk about it someday.
Would it be in the interest of the council that we bring this back in probably not next, it won't be next week. I can just tell you that right now. Either July or where we have one meeting, or August where we have two meetings for a further discussion. And I'm seeing some sense of that. So, so with that, we're not going to move forward with a motion tonight. Okay. Thank you. I think first of all, we're looking at something that has enormous amounts of information in it, and trying to say yes, no, develop a plan is just not where we are yet. So.
Yeah, that makes sense. I will just say that I do think that you need to come up with an implementation strategy. The council needs to decide what their role is
Right.
in acting. The town manager and the town staff need to figure out what their role is as well, and so does our committee. I don't think that developing an implementation plan means that you're accepting or implementing all pieces of the plan. And I don't know, I don't think we should be doing stuff the same way we did it in 1999. So if we need to change that, let's change that too.
Right, right. Okay, let me think between now and the next time we meet because I'm sure we would like to have you both come back for another meeting, but how we would structure that conversation. I think we would go more in depth into each of the areas and have a better understanding of them. Yep.
One point I would like to make too is though that there are certain elements that are in the plan that aren't necessarily going to wait. If there is an opportunity, so for instance, the PACE program, if that does come forward, it will come forward with information so that you'll be informed about what that would entail. But it doesn't mean that we want to wait 6 months or 7 months to do that. I think as opportunities arise, that those are things that the town should act on anyway, and probably will move forward, but they might be included in the plan.
Okay. Absolutely. And the PACE program had already been identified as one of those items. And I certainly think we can assume that there are others as well. Okay.
There are hands up.
Hold on, Dorothy. Yes.
I have heard some very negative things about the PACE program. So I do think that we have to be very careful about that and to do some study and research. I also have a question. So you talked about energy efficiency in affordable housing, but we, in our own zoning law bylaws for, say, mixed-use buildings, which we're planning department is looking at, I don't believe we have any requirements for or strict requirements for energy efficiency in just regular mixed-use buildings, which would suggest that there's some work to be done there too.
We would agree.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. All right. I'm going to, the next item actually also includes Stephanie, but we need to do something through the consent agenda before we go on to that. So I'm going to go back to the consent agenda, which is long. We're going to go to the consent agenda. Okay, the following items were selected because they were considered to be routine and it was reasonably expect they would pass with no controversy. After I've gone through the list, please let me know if you are interested in having an item removed, and that does not require a second. So the motion is as follows: to move the following items into printed motions thereunder and approve those items as a single unit. Suspension of Town Council Rules of Procedure Rule 8.4 for the following agenda items. 8A, request for permanent changes to the public way bike share locations. Again, remember, this only allows us to work to move on this tonight. That's all it does. It doesn't mean we have moved on it. 8E, creation of reparations fund. 8F, special municipal employee SME status for African Reparations Assembly. 8G, 1, American Rescue Act funds, receipt of funds. 8H, in-person and remote meeting format update. And 8I, special municipal employee SME status for districting advisory board DAB. That's only to allow us to act tonight, okay? The waiver of the town council rules of procedure 8.6 for the following agenda item, and that is 6A, the resolution in support of the CREST program. And 8F is an action all of itself, and that's the designation of African Reparations Assembly. There's African Heritage Reparations Assembly members as special municipal employees SME. And then it's referral of American Rescue Plan Act development of process to allocate funds to the Finance Committee. Designation 8I, designation of districting advisory board members DAB as special municipal employees. 9A, approval of the following town manager appointments to multiple member bodies. I want to point out that these are placed here because the vote in the TSO committee was unanimous. That is the reappointment to Cultural Council, Board of Assessors, Community Development Block Grant Advisory Committee, Energy and Climate Action Committee, and Munson Memorial Building Trustee, and then Human Rights Commission and Recreation Commission. And then it's the Town Count 9B2, Town Council appointments to the Planning Board. And 11A to D, approval of the following Town Council meeting minutes. May 27, 2021, special Town Council meeting minutes, joint meeting with Finance Committee. June 7th, 2021, special Town Council meeting minutes. June 7th, 2021, special Town Council meeting minutes, Capital Improvement Program, Public Forum, June 7th, 2021, regular Town Council meeting minutes. Are there any items that people would like removed from the consent agenda? Mandy Jo.
Remove the suspension of Town Council Rule Procedure 8.448E, creation of the reparations fund.
8.4E, creation of the reparations fund, okay? And anything else? Hold on, I need to check. I need to exit my full screen and check. All right, with that one removed, is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Okay. Thank you. Because we are remote, we need to do this by roll call vote. And I'm going to start with Shalini Balmilne.
No.
Alyssa Brewer,
No.
Pat DeAngelis. We're voting on the consent agenda? With the removal of 8E, the creation of a reparation fund under Rules of Procedure 8.4. No. Pat DeAngelis. No. Darcy Dumont.
So point of order,
Yeah,
consent agenda is supposed to be unanimous. If it's not unanimous, I don't think it can pass.
yeah, I want to understand why we're not willing to vote on this. People who are voting no. Shalini?
Yeah, my understanding is that we're voting for removing
No, that is removed. An item to be removed from the consent agenda only requires one person asking that it be removed. It does not require a second. You don't vote on this as an amended motion. You vote on it with that item removed.
Okay, so we're just voting now on the remaining items as a consent.
And let me just point out, we can
Okay.
still vote 8.4 later if we want to. It takes it off the consent agenda. Is there any further clarification anybody else wants to add to that or questions? Dorothy?
I can't find a copy of the support statement for CSWAG, so I don't know what's in it, so I can't say that I want it on the consent agenda to pass. I can't find a copy of it. And because we're here, I can't go into my computer to pull it up, so.
Okay, I'm sorry, a copy for which one?
There was one for support for CSWAG, something or other. There was one of,
So there was a waiver of Rule 8.6 for the proposed resolution in support of the CREST program. That 8.6 waiver is because it has not been at GOL.
Is that what you were asking about?
I don't even know at this point. I don't remember saying the word waiver.
Okay,
Put the list up again. I
please
can
put the list up again. Okay, so
It says resolution in support of the CREST program. So since I see it above it, I see waiver. Okay. Now I see.
right, waiver of
Yeah.
Town Council Rules of Procedure 8.6, and that is because it did not go to GOL.
Right, so that means we're not doing anything on that.
No, it means later on, we will be able to act on that resolution because here we have waived 8.6.
So I don't have a copy of that resolution is what I'm saying.
Okay, it's in the packet.
I know, and I thought I printed it, I can't find it, so I don't remember.
Okay.
I just got that from you yesterday.
And we will show the resolution when we come to that item.
Great, very good, thank you.
Okay, so again, all we're voting on now is the consent agenda, and the only item that has been removed from the consent agenda is suspension of Town Council Rules of Procedure 8.4 for 8E, creation of reparation funds. Okay? If you vote no, I need to have a reason, I need to understand why you're voting no.
Alyssa has her hand up.
I'm sorry?
Alyssa has her hand
Yes,
up.
Alyssa?
Since being annoyed is not usually the reason I vote a particular way, I am annoyed that that was removed from the consent agenda, but I am fully aware that unless we miss it by rushing through it, that we will in fact be able to consider suspending Rule 8.4 for item 8.E later tonight in the agenda. And I have no objection to the remainder of the consent agenda. So if you can figure out a way to dial it back and let us revote this, I would be happy to vote for the consent agenda as it stands with one item removed.
Great, thank you. I'm going to start again with Shalini Balmilne.
Yes.
Okay. Alyssa Brewer,
Aye.
Pat DeAngelis, Darcy Dumont,
Yes.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye. Mandy Jo Haneke,
Aye.
Dorothy Pam,
Aye.
Evan Ross,
Aye.
George Ryan,
Aye.
Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Steve Schreiber,
Aye.
Andy Steinberg,
Yes.
Sarah Schwartz.
Aye.
Thank you. It's unanimous. All right, now we're going to go on, Stephanie, to the presentation. Actually, we're not even going to do a full presentation on the bike share. We're just going to show the maps, which have been in there. And do you want to just give us a word or two on this? And then we'll just ask if there's questions.
Sure. So you had the maps in your, I think you have the maps in your packet. I'll start with the first one. This is the existing system, and the two that are proposed are the two that we want to add to the system now. These I particular locations were identified as the phase 2 expansion. So originally, when we came to the town with the original locations, these were the next step. So we are in the next phase. They moved the system further south and also to the east, which currently wasn't really covered. And in your packet, I identify the requirements for these locations in that because they were secured with a federal grant, congestion mitigation air quality grant, they have to be in the public way. Our requirement is that they be in a densely populated location and that they be adjacent to a public transit stop. In this case, they're near bus shelters. So all those factors had to be taken into account to locate these particular stations. We hope that there will be eventually more stations, but currently these are the 2 that were proposed. And again, they were secured with funding through a federal grant.
And this increases our number of sites from 5 to 7.
Correct. And there are 5 sites also on the UMass campus. And with this round of federal funding, they got 1 additional. So now there are a total of 13 within the community.
Okay.
Or will be.
Are there questions? Mandy Jo.
Just a quick one, the West Street site, the DRB recommendation was for an option 1, but our presentation had an option 2. I'm curious what the difference was.
Right. Part of that was that at the time we weren't really sure exactly where we might propose these would be located. And on further conversation with the DPW superintendent and the town manager, that particular site, it really was 50 feet one way or 50 feet another way. The 2 locations were really in very, very close proximity to one another. It was just a matter of whether they were going to be more flush with the edge of the curb or further back. And the advice of the superintendent of DPW was that they'd be further back, not right flush with the curb. So it's a little contrary to the DRB recommendation, but they were kind of fine either way because we told them that it would have to be field adjusted when they install the location anyway. So there may be, some shifting.
Mandy Jo, any further question on that? Okay. Steve.
Thank you for this. There is no bus stop at College Street and Southeast Street. There should be, but there isn't one.
I think, so there's one that's proposed for the development that's going in. And so it will be actually in close proximity to that proposed location.
Okay. Evan.
Yeah, so not used to this. So I'm happy to see this expanding. I think this is actually more a question for Paul. So we have the DRB memo, we have the DAC memo, both of which submitted recommendations that I assume cannot be part of just the installation of this. One's a sidewalk, one's a crosswalk. So I guess I'm just wondering what happens with those recommendations. We've gotten them. They can't be part of the, I imagine they won't be part of the installation of these bike share locations because they involve actual capital expenses. But I'm curious what happens to these recommendations. Do they get worked into future plans? Do they go somewhere, or are they just sort of now lost in the ether?
Mr. Malcolm.
So they were reviewed early on in the process by DRB, and so as we started to take in that input, the design was adjusted, and especially with Pomeroy Village, because we're developing that plan right now in terms of the roundabout, and that's being developed as well, and it's being integrated into that. So I think that the recommendations have been taken into account, and then we've adjusted it based on what's real in the field. Is there anything you want to add to that, Stephanie?
I would just say that, the recommendation of a sidewalk is part of the Pomeroy Village. It wouldn't be an extensive addition, and it may be something that the town could potentially look at and discuss more in terms of capital planning. So I would just say, as these projects move forward, perhaps they can be considered as funding allows.
Evan, anything further? Okay. Darcy.
Yeah, I was just going to ask about the Pomeroy Village. If the bike share is integrated into the roundabout plan, I was just, trying to think how it would work as far as like picking up the bike or dropping it off. And you would need the crosswalk that's north of my understanding is that it's going to be north, it's going to be at the crosswalk north of the roundabout, or that is some of the current thinking. Would people will have to use a crosswalk to get back and forth, because they'll be picking up on one side going north, and then when they come back on the bus, they'll have to cross to get to the bike share. So the question is that all being considered, that there's going to be a lot of crossing there to get back and forth from one side to the other, for ingoing and outgoing. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying, and I think that was the issue of the crosswalk, the potentially a proposed crosswalk in that location. So it's not part of this plan because the CMAQ funding doesn't cover that, the grant funding doesn't cover that. We only can address the station equipment. That's more of another capital planning project question that could happen in the future, but that's not part of this proposal. And I would say that that was a recommendation from the DAAC, that there'd be a crosswalk in that location.
Well, there would have to be a crosswalk anyway north of the roundabout. So I'm just wondering if that's the crosswalk and if it's going to be integrated there.
I don't have the answer to that question.
Paul, do we have any further clarity on that?
So DPW continues to work on the roundabout, and I don't know if they've placed the crosswalk exactly at this point in time. I know they're looking at the dimensions of the roundabout right now in terms of the intersection. And I know everybody knows we want crosswalks on all four roads. How far up, how far north on West Street it goes, I just don't know the answer to that, because there are a lot of driveways there and they have to navigate all those different driveways. So I'm not sure if it's tight into the intersection. I just don't know the answer to that question.
It's just a little tricky because of, it's very busy, and to have people crossing without a crosswalk would not be good.
Yeah. So bike shares are always on one side of the street or the other. And when you're, depending on the loop that you ride, there is some time where you'll have to cross the street.
Right.
But I think, what the message on this is that DPW has looked at it in terms of the overall plan for that area, and they felt like this was the best location given its proximity to the new bus stops on each side of the street and all the other work that they're doing.
Any further questions, Darcy?
No, just noting that it needs a crosswalk.
Okay, got it. George?
Just a question about bike share overall. Do we have any data on how it's doing, how popular it is?
We do actually. We get monthly reports, and I've forwarded them along. And actually, Amherst locations are very popular, especially those at UMass. The downtown location, the UMass campus stops are 2 out of 3 of the most popular system-wide. Springfield has the most usage, but ours are very well used as well. So,
George, any further question? Okay, Andy.
Yeah, I just have a question for people who are familiar with the town council policy regarding the control and regulation of public ways. And that is under Part 3D, permanent or other requests. And there's a procedural statement that says town council, prior to taking action, consults with the town engineer, police chief, fire chief, and town manager, and comply with Massachusetts general law and regulations. And I just want somebody who's familiar with the drafting of that policy to say whether they think that that section applies or not.
I'm looking to the people who helped draft that policy.
There's a hand up.
I think that was CRC, George.
There's a hand up.
I'm sorry. Alyssa?
Oh,
Did
I'm
you
not
have-
raising my hand for that.
Okay. Did you want me to go ahead and take the next question and think about this, okay? Alyssa, go ahead.
It's an excellent question. I just don't know the answer to it. So the two items that I wanted to mention is, I think I understood what was said earlier about the DRB and DAC recommendations and where they came in the process and where we are now. But I'm wondering if we can, one, specifically use the part 3. I know it's probably the least important part to them of DAC's recommendation, but about the messaging, whether it's on the bike agreement, on the website. I realize some of this stuff is out of our control, but for the things that we can do that are Amherst based, if there's a way we can incorporate their messaging that they specifically requested, I understand that won't be in our motion, but I'd like DAC to feel like, you know, whenever we can, we incorporate things now and later. And then the other part of that is since I understand where we are with the design of the intersection, but do we need to clarify, or is it already clear to the town manager that the 25% design that's going to be brought back to the town council, which would obviously include the crosswalk locations, would also specifically include the bike share location? Because then everybody will be able to see it at that point.
Town manager is shaking his head, yes.
Is he nodding his head yes and shaking his head no?
I'm sorry, he nodded yes.
And saying
correct.
yes, that would be included.
Thank you. We will no longer use any nonverbal cues. Any further question on that one, Alyssa? Did we get to everything? You're muted if you're saying something.
Those were my 2 points.
Thank you. Dorothy.
Okay, this is to Stephanie. I was just in Washington DC and they're using scooters all over the place. Everybody is on these little scooters. I was just visualizing that in Amherst, however, and realized that our sidewalks are not up to it. So the scooters are much smaller, they're more lightweight. I saw people of all ages using them and they look like a lot more fun than a bike to me. Because you just stand on it and it just scoots along the sidewalk. So have you been considering scooters if we ever get our sidewalks fixed?
There was a company that reached out to us a while ago, but the initial conversations, and not just in Amherst, but the group of communities that are part of the bike share effort, really, we're not encouraging them at this time. There's a lot of safety issues that we feel need to be addressed.
Okay, thank you. They may also have problems with Oliver Hills. George, yes.
Back to Andy's inquiry. Reviewing that, my understanding is the town engineer, at least, Guilford has been consulted with this. I think I would read that policy as not that all of these individuals are consulted, but the appropriate individuals are consulted. So it's a laundry list of fire chief, police chief, engineer, et cetera. So I would read that as simply the appropriate individuals should be consulted. And in this case, it sounds like they have. But if Andy thinks we're missing somebody, or if he thinks that everybody should be consulted before we move forward, then I guess it'd have to go back. I think it came actually from TSO, but I've served on both committees, so that would be how I would read that.
Andy, is that an acceptable explanation?
I'm okay with that explanation.
Okay. All right. Are there any other questions at this time? All right. We already did vote to waive 8.4. And unless somebody else has suggested this needs to be referred, then our vote would be to go ahead and approve this. So with that, I'm going to read the motion and look for a second to approve the locations of 2 new Valley Bike electric assist bike share stations, one on Southeast Street and one on West Street, as substantially as presented in the PowerPoint meeting packet item entitled VB Station Presentation to TC 6-2121. Is there a second?
Haneke seconds.
Thank you. Any further question? This requires a roll call vote. Alyssa?
Aye.
Pat?
Aye.
Darcy?
Yes.
Lynn is a yes. Mandy Jo?
Aye.
Dorothy Pam?
Yes.
Evan?
Aye.
George Ryan?
Aye.
Kathy?
Yes.
Steve Schreiber?
Aye.
Andy Steinberg?
Aye.
Sarah Schwartz?
Aye.
Shalini Bell-Milne?
Yes.
It's unanimous. Stephanie, thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're the envy of all of us. You get to go home before 10. So. We're going to go on to 8B, and I just want to tell you that there are actually 3 parts to 8B. The first was something that we did not do above, which was a resolution, 6A. The second is an actual motion that was made by, as a recommendation by the Finance Committee to the Town Council regarding funding for CRESS. And third is the actual budget motion, okay? And the reason I mentioned them in that order, because that's the order we're going to take them in. All right, so the first one is a motion. The sponsor is Mandy Jo Haneke. I'm going to ask her to make the motion, and then I'm going to ask her to, and we'll look for a second, and then I'll ask her to speak to it.
So it's actually sponsored by both myself and Councilor DeAngelis.
I'm
But
sorry, yes, it is.
I move to adopt the resolution in support of the CRESS program as presented.
And Pat, you want to second it? Thank you. Okay, and Pat and Mandy Jo, you want to speak to it?
Yeah, so I drafted this after a lot of thinking and a lot of debate on what I saw coming out of the Finance Committee and things out of the budget. I asked Pat to sponsor it, and she co-sponsors it with me, so I thank her for that. The goal of the resolution is to set a benchmark that doesn't, in my opinion, involve micromanaging the number of responders when we don't even know what the appropriate level of CRESS responders is. It's a goal to affirm, I'm talking about the wherefore clauses, to affirm the commitment of the council to the CRESS program, to set a staffing benchmark that relies on the data that is upcoming from the LEAP program, and not on what we think we might need or what we hope we might need, but say this is the staffing level we expect to it be based on data that will result in significant calls identified as appropriate for CRESS response to be responded to by CRESS responders, and to say this is the council goal that a significant number of the calls that the LEAP program identifies as appropriate for CRESS response, the expectation is that they will be responded to by CRESS responders and not APD.
Could I please ask that, hold on, Mandy Jo, could I please ask that you put the resolution up on the screen? Thank you.
The third one is to actively state that the town council expects that the FY23 funding for CRESS will be appropriate and at the same level for a full year of funding or greater than the funding that is a partial year this year in terms of what it would be. It recognizes that that would be a significant increase in the CREST program budget for FY23. And it basically implies that if the FY23 budget is proposed and doesn't meet this benchmark, that the council's intention is to reject that budget. And it says that the council says or takes the position that the CREST program should not be evaluated until 12 months of data are received. So that there is no ability to say when CREST responders finally start responding to calls potentially in mid-April of 22, that when the budget is proposed in May of 22 by May 1, that someone can say or attempts to say, well, for those 2 weeks, we didn't get anything, so we need to change the budget. That we're going to say we need 12 months of data before we look at doing any of that. It's a council-focused resolution. What we can say, and then we uphold ourselves to, that if we don't see these items, we'll reject requests for funding or will reject a request for a reorganization. And it's based on waiting for the data to determine appropriate levels of staffing. We don't know whether 4 is too little. We don't know whether 8 is right. We don't know whether 16 is right now. And so we shouldn't be, in my opinion, putting a number on it. And that's what drove my drafting of this resolution. So I hope you guys will support it. And I'll leave Pat to add anything she wants to add.
Pat? Okay. Are there questions? Dorothy?
Okay, so I read it and took notes, and I noticed that I agree with the statements at the end, but as I go back to the beginning, perhaps I'm not reading it correctly, and truthfully, I can't read it from either of these two screens because the words are too small and I just can't see them. So it starts off by saying that the town manager put forward a number of people, 1 director, 4 CREST responders, 1 administrator assistant. And the CREST had asked for 15 CREST responders and 9 CREST dispatchers, but the other parts were the same. So are you saying in this resolution that you want to go to the 15, to the full number? Or are you saying that you're sticking with what the town manager proposed, but that you want at least a full year of work and budgeting before you evaluate it, which seems very fair, and that you want to make sure that the funding is secure and will continue? That I understand. So are you saying in this that you want the 15 CREST responders and the 9 when?
The resolution takes no position on how many CREST responders are needed. The resolution states in its second, the first be it further resolved, but the second resolved paragraph, that the council expects the manager to staff the CREST program at a level that is sufficient to ensure that a significant portion, likely above 70% of the calls intended for CREST response and identified by the LEAP program are indeed responded to by the CREST responders in the initial 12 months. Meaning, basically, it's aiming to state, we don't know what number we need, but this is our benchmark for how many percentage-wise calls should be responded to, and therefore staff it at an appropriate level to make sure that benchmark is set, whatever that appropriate level is.
I did read that. I just have a real problem understanding how the town manager would proceed. Because since you don't know how many, you can't say, well, I'm 70% of X and I'm going to hire these many people. I did understand the idea of going slow and being sure that you knew what you were doing and that you had an idea of the kind of training or the kind of outsourcing that one wanted. So I just find that as an interesting thing theoretically, but I don't see how to implement it practically. So at some point, when we get finished making our comments, I'd like the town manager's response to this.
Okay. Kathy?
I basically like the intent of the resolution a lot because it starts out, it states clearly that we're worried about 2023. You know, when we may have enough money to do 4 now, but in the presentation to finance, there's not enough money, the way we're budgeting things, to have enough money to even for the following year. We've got to find money for it. So saying if we're going to run a program, it needs to be a robust program and adequately staffed. So, so that's why I like the resolution. What I'm wondering is why it didn't go a bit further. If we know we're going to need more money in FY23, we could take an action now in FY22 when there are 3 vacancies in the police department that aren't likely to do what we did a year ago, which was say, don't fill them yet. So when we get the report back from LEAP on what's the volume of calls that can be taken, which days of the week are they, what times of day, we get some idea of what kind of staffing we need, that we can start to think of how to staff up, because we're going to need that money, and FY23 is such a tight budget when we're looking at it. So I'm just wondering why it didn't go about further. I'm fine with the wording the way it is, and I have a motion that I'll propose later, but it's a question on being somewhat more directive, other than saying, make sure you have the money, is what this says. We would like at least that, I take it as a year and a half of experience, where we'll get a half year next year and then a full year afterwards. So it's a question.
So I guess I took the position of, we don't know how much money we need. And so we can't say how much money we need until we have the LEAP data. For instance, what was presented by the co-chairs tonight was 2,200 calls from the LEAP, the preliminary data. That averages out to 6 a day. I don't know what kind of staffing 6 a day needs. And so until you know what kind of staffing you need, you don't know how much money you need. And so I'm trying to set a benchmark of the outcome, and then through this resolution say the expectation is that the manager will staff that appropriately and find the money somewhere.
Yeah, I do understand that, but I thought even at the 4, where we say we can staff at, we're $300,000 short the following year, and then some, so thanks. I agree. I don't think we know the number. I do agree with that.
Andy.
So this is all very difficult because, the Finance Committee was working on the understanding that it had at the time, but it also had a very robust discussion. Now we're having, at least 2 members of the Finance Committee offering different opinions. So I feel like a little like I'm standing on quicksand and how to respond and speak for the Finance Committee under the circumstances. I think that what we ultimately were concluding, though, was that we believed in the community responder program, request program, whatever you wanted to call it. We recognized the limitations on revenues and the demands on the budget. That we wanted to assure that appropriate calls get responded to by community responders, and that appropriate calls get responded to by police response when that's the appropriate way. And that we need to set up the program as was suggested by the town manager in his revision in May, at the end of May, to try and assure that there was adequate staffing of both police and CREST to at least get us started. One of the problems that I have with the resolution as proposed is that it talks about the LEAP program data. In the LEAP program, it's talking about the number that can be responded to as percentage of calls. But nobody has really answered the question as to how much time does it take for a community responder intervention on a call, and how much time on an appropriate police call does it take for the police department to respond. And so you're just assuming that from the percentage way that it's all equal. And I'm not sure that that's a fair assumption to make at this point in time. And so therefore tying it to that metric seems to me that it's not taking us to a point where we really want to go, which is to get a program started that can help us to understand all of that data and sort of figure out what the metrics are, and then reevaluate the program as it goes along. I think it goes one step too far.
George.
I'm going to support this resolution. I think it's important that we, if we can, we speak with one voice, that we express our support for the work of the Community Safety Working Group and for the CREST program. We want it to succeed. And I think it's important that we make that clear. But there is, as Mandy has said, and as Andy just pointed out, there's much that we do not know. And there's much we need to learn. And so I agree, 4 months of data is certainly not enough. So we need this year and 4 months at least of data and experience in order to properly evaluate the program and decide how to proceed. We don't know how we're going to proceed. We don't know what we're going to need. But what this says is that we are committed to this and as a body, and we will do everything in our power to make it succeed. So I'm going to support it. At the same time, I really don't want us to reinvent the wheel. I personally expect that we will use existing resources. I'm thinking of our public safety personnel in the call center that have a high degree of training and expertise and experience in this area to help implement this and make it work budget-wise. If this program is designed or implemented in such a way that it doesn't work directly and cooperatively with our existing public safety personnel, then I will never support it.
Evan.
So what I really like about this resolution is that statement that we will evaluate after 12 full months of data. I think that that's really important. And I don't think until you articulated it just now that I completely wrapped my head around why that's important. I do have two, I'm not going to be very articulate here. In the be it further resolved, the first one, ensure that a significant portion, there's something about likely above 70%. Maybe it's the word likely that is rubbing me the wrong way, because it sounds, 70% sounds very prescriptive, and then the likely is the opposite, which maybe was the intent. But I guess I'm sort of feeling like, so if it's 69%, I don't know. There's something about that likely above 70% that I'm struggling with. The other thing I will say, though, that may be a little bit more substantive is that, so if this resolution includes the clause, whereas the Amherst Town Council believes that an initial CREST program that includes only 4 CREST responders will be insufficient to evaluate the impact of the program. So by adopting this resolution, the council is making a statement that 4 responders, which is the current budget, is insufficient, which is a pretty big statement. And then it says, and we expect the town manager to staff the CREST program at a level that is sufficient. And I feel that there's some conflict if we then go on to pass a budget that we've passed a resolution that says it's insufficient, but that we have an expectation. And it feels, this word can be, I say this lovingly, it can feel a bit performative, right? To pass a budget that we passed a resolution that says the budget is insufficient, but we expect that the town manager will staff it. And so I'm struggling with that tension there. And I'd like to hear y'all speak to that.
So I guess my tension is the gut reaction is 4 is probably insufficient, but I don't think, I don't know whether that's actually the case. And that's what I'm struggling with, because the LEAP data, as I said, the preliminary one says 2,200 calls a year. That's divided by 365. That's like 7 a day. Maybe 4 is sufficient for 7 a day, even though gut feeling is, it doesn't sound it, and so that's why it's a believes and will be, it is kind of somewhat contradictory, but I think it's because we're lacking that true analysis of the data of the calls and when they come in, to really make that determination as to what number would be necessary.
Evan, anything else? Shalini.
Yeah, I think what I'll share may speak a little bit to Evan, what you're your question as well. I think for me, that this resolution, I feel is our way of letting the safety working group and the public know that we're committed to making the CREST program succeed. And which is to say that we're starting off with this particular plan right now that based on safety working groups recommendations and Paul's work and the staff's work, they're coming up with this implementation plan. And as they start getting more, they start getting calls or information from LEAP and all, and then as there's more information that we get on as we get going, that we will know. And if there is more calls coming in than we're able to handle, then we know that we have to hire more people. So that is one of the fears that Safety Working Group has said, that if you don't have it staffed fully, this is going to fail. And I want us to think about it in this way, that if you're getting more calls than we have people, it doesn't mean it's failing. It just is a confirmation that we need more people. And then we have actual numbers, and we will then, and that's what this resolution is saying, that this is our commitment that we will make it happen, whether it's grants money, whether it's wherever the money is coming from. This is our commitment to make it work. Now, that aside, I also want to share some other numbers that I drew from the Safety Working Group, what they've been recommending. And in particular, I want to also mention the numbers. And these numbers are important to me because that's how I'm making sense of it. Because what Safety Working Group is proposing is cutting edge. It's way better. I feel it's leading the way more than any other town, because other towns have basically they've contracted out with nonprofits. And what Safety Working Group, which I actually changed my mind once I understood what they're proposing, and I'm supporting them, is that we want to create our own department and pay people the right wages so we don't lose people like Cahoots did. And that's a really different model than most other towns are proposing. And it's going to give jobs and give good jobs to people in our own community. So I really like that. In terms of the specific numbers that were shared in their reports, and in particular one that was shared today about Burlington, that they are committing to reducing 30% of their police. And it's a really good example because it's very similar to our town. They have a population of 43,000. We have a similar population. They have a budget of $79 million. Ours is about 80 million. Now, here is where it gets different. Their police number is 105. Their police budget is $18.5 million. Our police budget is $4.8 million. Their number of police that they're defunding 30% is they have a number of 105. Our police right now is what, 44? So it's a very different situation, really. And I want to highlight some other numbers as well. When we talk about Cahoots, we're not trying to do what Cahoots is doing, but their budget after 10 years of being in this program is their Cahoots budget is 2% of their police budget. We're starting off with 11% of our police budget for the CREST program, just to start off. This is just a beginning point. What CSWG is proposing is the end goal. That is the ideal. We're starting over here right now, and our goal is to get there. And meanwhile, to collect data, to get real feedback, what's happening, and keep building that program. But I just want to share these numbers to let the public know that we are already starting off on a very solid foundation. And just because we're not going to have enough, maybe we don't have enough people, doesn't mean this is going to fail. It just supports what Safety Working Group has been saying, that we need more people and we're going to make sure we get them. And this resolution helps us do that. Can I just say one more thing though? That
Please.
Okay, one more thing is that I do want to thank the Safety Working Group, and I want to apologize also that we haven't done a good job of making the group feel included in our decision-making process. And in just thinking about that, I feel that even this resolution, I think it has the best intentions according to me, and I'm sure the councilors are proposing it, but in the spirit of being more inclusive in inviting them to the table with our decision-making process, I would want their feedback on if their language or anything in this is, what is their feedback on this? We could agree, we could disagree, but I think it's important to invite them to the table and get their feedback on this.
Andy.
So to move this along, I'm going to make a motion to amend the motion on the table in two regards, both in the second page. In the first, and the second one is just really Scrivener's question, but the first one is to strike in the first "be it further resolved" section the words "likely above 70%. And the second part of the motion is in the next "be it further resolved," in the second line where there are two words "the," to remove one of them. That's the Scrivener's one. And so I'm only going to speak to the first.
All right.
And
Is there a second to the amendment?
I'll second that.
Thank you.
yeah, I mean, it's sort of, I think that a point has been made and very well stated, and it was tempting to me to even be a co-sponsor of this resolution at one, because I like the idea of having something that states very clearly that we are moving in a direction because of appreciation for the work that's been done by the working group and by the town manager of creating a community responder program, call it CREST, call it community responder. And so the resolution is good, but that discussion that we had earlier, I think that striking the likely above 70% really is a way to resolve that.
Okay. Is there further discussion on the amendment to the resolution? So we'll take that and as a vote to remove likely above 70% and the parentheses around that. And then I'm still trying to find this.
In the next line.
It's before the word crest in the second to last.
Got it. Thank
Be
you.
it
And to
further
remove
resolved.
these, one of the two "thes" in the next line. Any further question, comment? Andy, okay, fine. So we're voting on the amendment only at this point. Pat DeAngelis, Darcy Dumont,
No.
Reese Mers, and I. Hannicky,
Aye.
Pam,
Aye.
Evan,
Aye.
George,
Aye.
Kathy. Steve,
Aye.
Andy,
Aye.
Sarah.
Abstain.
Shalini,
I want to support this, but I want their feedback. So what does that mean?
are you, all we're voting on is the amendment.
Oh, which is to remove the sim. Okay, yeah, yes.
Thank you. Alyssa,
Aye.
thank you. So it is 11 in favor, 1 against, 1 abstention, none absent. Now we're going back to the original motion And the original motion is to adopt the resolution in support of the CREST program as amended. Is there any further discussion? Dorothy?
I don't see this as a workable motion. I would hate to be someone in charge of implementing it. I see it as a statement of good intentions, a desire to show appreciation and support, but I do not see it as a really viable piece of work.
Okay. Alyssa? You need to unmute.
I'm trying.
Got it.
Having a little trouble here. So, because I expect they thought of this, I wonder if the co-sponsors could speak to the fact that this commits a future town council to this action. Some mention was made of refusing to do other things the town manager wanted to do if this didn't happen. And so I'm trying to get my head around that, exactly what the various points were. That again, maybe I just needed to have it pounded into my head a little harder. And then it feels like this is a precursor to the budget policy guidelines. So obviously we can incorporate it then, but we're saying it's important to do this in addition to explain our vote better. But again, we're committing a future town council to a resolution rather than to an actual budget. And so that just feels a little odd. But perhaps the only thing that can actually be answered beyond my discomfort with that is what things, I believe Mandy Jo spoke to something about department that we would not do if this didn't happen at the town manager's end. Perhaps that partly speaks to what Dorothy's saying.
Shalini?
So regarding the implementation, which is Dorothy's question, could we get any feedback from Paul about that? What if indeed we find that we do need more people, what are some ways, if any, that Paul would be able to do that or not? Like, could we get his feedback? Or I don't want to put him on the spot, but he can provide it later, but I would like to hear him. And also, is there a way for us to get feedback from the safety working group, even if they don't agree with, obviously they want the $2.8 million and they may not agree with this resolution, but if we were going to pass this resolution, could they provide us feedback on the language and anything at all, So
I'm going to ask the town manager to speak to the resolution, if he would.
Sure, thank you for asking. So I think that the way I read the resolution is trying to do four things. One, it's the council stating we want to establish a community responder CREST alternative responder program. That your intention, well, you understand the implementation plan, but the intention is to staff it appropriately so that it responds to the calls that should be directed towards it.
Mm-hmm.
That you're looking not just at an FY22, but you're looking at a multi-year funding plan. So how are we going to pay for this over long term? And to reserve the evaluation of the program until there's a body of time, at least a year, but probably more so because you were starting with 4. So before it's truly evaluated, so that it's not being set up to fail, which is the term that people have been saying. And that's how I read this. And I think those things are all, that's our goal as well. And I think that the concern I have is that you are binding the next body, or you're not binding, it's a resolution, so it has the power of resolution. So the next council could come in here and say, forget all those former resolutions, it doesn't matter. But it does provide guidance in terms of how we are looking towards developing this program. So.
Okay, George.
I think that's one of the reasons I support it, is that Paul has come to us on other occasions and said, I just want to know what, give me some direction, tell me what you want. So I think that this, as he's just stated quite clearly, this gives him that direction. Yes, future council can do whatever it wants, but we are speaking as, hopefully, as one voice. I want to just briefly speak to Shalini's suggestion that somehow this should be sent to the Community Safety Working Group to have them edit or review. I completely reject that, I'm sorry. This is a statement by the 13 of us. And we have, and we will continue to discuss it, but we don't send our resolutions out to have other people tell us what it should say or shouldn't say. So I reject that out of hand, but hopefully she'll still support it.
Okay. Are there any other comments? Shalini, you still have your hand up. Okay.
Oh,
Darcy.
Yeah, I would just say that I actually do agree with Shalini's suggestion that it would have been good to run this by the Community Safety Working Group. I think that it shows good intention, but, you know, it's just a resolution. So, and I hope that, you know, people are aware that resolutions aren't enforceable, but it does give guidance and show good intentions.
Shalini, I'm going to make a comment before I call on you again.
sure.
When I first read this resolution, I was actually quite confused as to how this fit in with all the motions, and we'll find out in a few moments. But what I am now looking at it, and I'm saying it's kind of like the congressional record. It's a statement of intent, so that as we get on to the budget, it has some sense of, well, what did we mean by that? And that's what we mean by this. And so minutes of meetings, recordings of meetings to some extent, although minutes are the legal document. In many ways, they form the background of basically saying, this is what we meant. And this is what how we feel about this. And so with that, I'm still having trouble balancing the difference between what should be a motion for a budget versus a resolution, but nevertheless, I find this a statement of this is what we meant, and can support it for that reason. Shalini?
Yeah, I think that George, I really appreciate your point, and I'm sure it's shared. That's kind of how I think generally, like and that's generally how we have been making decisions. You know, as a council, we make decisions, and then there are committees, we take their feedback. And I think it's just that this situation is different in that for the first time, we are working with a BIPOC group, which it's not, and I'm just brainstorming here. I am not saying this is how it should be, but I want to invite us to even have a dialogue about this, because clearly there's a lot of miscommunication, wrong perceptions, lack of clarity of expectations. So I think this dialogue is really important for all of us to have. Sort of, how do we invite this group of BIPOC people? We don't normally get enough people of color participating in our committees, in our conversations. And for the first time, we have that. And they are not feeling included. And some of it are processes that are set up by this council. And all I'm saying is, can we rethink how to move forward so we are transparent, which all of our conversations are public, so they are transparent. How can we be more inclusive? Because we are making decisions, as we have learned, that we don't have the diversity. I'm the only person of color, and I'm Asian. I don't reflect Black people's experiences, or Latinx people's experiences, or other communities, other classes and whatnot. So if we don't have that diversity, and we're making these policies, and we have a group that has been working dedicated to this, and we're still making these policies without getting their feedback. We don't have to agree and do everything that they're saying, but even just including them in the process. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you. Mandy Jo?
I call the question.
Okay. Question's been called, and that requires a 2/3 vote? Yes, thank you.
The question has been called, so what you're
I think
voting
there
on
needs to
now.
be a second.
I'm sorry, is there a second? Pat DeAngelis is the second. The question has been called. It requires a 2/3 vote. All you are voting on right now is whether we are going to stop debate and then move on to the actual motion. Okay? Darcy Dumont,
No.
Lynn Griesmer is a yes. Mandy Zhao,
Aye.
Dorothy Pam,
No.
Evan Ross,
Aye.
George Ryan,
Aye.
Kathy Shane,
No.
Steve Schreiber,
Yes.
Andy Steinberg,
Yes.
Sarah Schwartz,
No.
Shalini Bowman,
No.
Alyssa Brewer,
No.
Pat DeAngelis. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It is 6 yes, 7 no, and 0, and it fails. So we are still in discussion. Are there further comments at this time? Pat?
While I value the input of the BIPOC community on the creation of policy, this resolution is in response to what has been suggested by the Community Safety Working Group. We're taking a direct look and making a commitment to fund this program and to have it be alive and implemented in FY23. And I agree with George that a resolution is a non-binding expression of opinion or value. And I do not believe that we need the BIPOC community to determine how the council is speaking in this resolution. I feel strongly that what we're saying is we have heard you, and we are trying to say that this is important and we want to move forward with it. So I love for a moment agreeing with you, George. Thank you.
It happens.
Miracles never cease. Dorothy?
Very, very well said, Pat. Okay. We are the town council, and we have been elected by votes of people. We choose and not grade, but we evaluate the town manager. So this is a representative government. All right. How does a voice get heard? They run for office, as they are doing all over the United States. Right now in New York City, there are 26 people running for the council seat in my old town, my whole neighborhood, from every race and ethnic group there is. So that's how people get heard. They run for town council, they go to people, they go to the voters, and then they sit here and they have a vote. So I don't want to kind of like make people think they have power when the true power is by running for office. Why do people run for office? Because they get mad, because they feel they weren't heard. I started running for office to do with the feminism of the 70s and against the Vietnam War. I was angry about things. So I ran for office, and I had shot and actually got elected. So I'm suggesting that if we want to hear more diversity of voices, that people run for town council. There are groups that are setting to try to help them learn what the rules are, how you do the budget. League of Women Voters is very active in this area. And so I am saying that is my general call. Let's get a more representative town council because we have more people running from different areas.
The motion's been made and seconded. Are there any further comments? Pat, you have your hand up.
I just want to quickly remind Councilor Camp that running for office is not a simple thing, and there are disparities in terms of not only experience, but economics and everything else. So pretending that the solution to getting more people is just have them run is naive.
Okay, we need to get back to the resolution. Alyssa?
If I could just have one of the co-sponsors answer the question that I think they thought they answered at the beginning about consequences if this doesn't happen, not consequences if we don't pass it, but consequences if the town manager doesn't follow the resolution.
So you were right in one of your suggestions is this is a precursor to the financial guidelines that this council will be adopting later this year. At least that's how I see it. You know, some possible things are if this resolution is passed, this council could say, it's sort of in my mind saying, if the funding's not there in the FY23 budget, the council is likely to reject that budget. It's giving sort of the town manager that warning that says, here's our expectation. If it's not there, the budget may be rejected. We've heard that there might be an organization plan. Similar things could happen. I'm not sure how that might happen in terms of what we'd want to see, but it's trying to give the manager guidance and say, hey, if these things aren't met, there's the possibility or the real possibility, if not the likelihood, that something will not pass this council because it's not met by this resolution.
Okay. Any further questions on that one? Shall, any final comment?
Yes, final comment is that I appreciated Pat's response to why, this resolution is in response to what the safety working group's concerns and fears are. So I am going to support it, and I still welcome the safety working group's feedback on it. And also, I appreciate all the other ways this resolution is leading to the financial guidelines. It's sending a message to Paul and giving him direction. And so in all the ways, I think it's aligned with what the safety, to make the CREST program a success. So I want to support it. And I also want to agree with Pat about that running for elections is not the only way we are asking BIPOC people to have a voice, because that's not possible for many BIPOC residents. And so we want to create other ways, and maybe it's a discussion for another time, but I just wanted to air it out here that we need to have that conversation of how to create other ways to include that lens, a BIPOC lens, and other lenses that are missing in our council right now.
Thank you. The motion on the floor is to adopt the resolution in support of the CREST program as amended. Any further comment? Seeing none, we're going to move to the vote. And we're going to start with Griesmer, and it's an aye. Haneke?
Aye.
Pam?
Abstain.
Ross?
Aye.
Brian?
Aye.
Shane?
Aye.
Schreiber?
Aye.
Steinberg?
Aye.
Schwartz?
No.
Paul Milne?
Yes.
Brewer?
Aye.
De Angelis?
Aye.
Dumont?
Yes.
Let's see, 11 in favor, 1 no, and 1 abstention. Okay, now we're going to move on to the next part of this agenda item, which is the motion that was forwarded from the Finance Committee to the Town Council. And the motion then is to direct the town manager to seek multi-year funds to fill up to 8 community responder positions and report back to the town council and residents of Amherst no later than January 31st, 2022, about how he plans to implement and evaluate the program and assure that funding can continue in FY23. That's the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion. Pat, yes.
I have an alternative motion that cannot wait, and I'd like to present it.
Okay, we just go ahead and let her present, right? We have that alternative motion. Can we please have it on the screen?
Okay, I'm going to go ahead. I did make one minor change from what you might have on the screen. My alternative motion is to direct the town manager to fund at a minimum 8 community responder positions to begin no later than February 1st, 2022, and report back to the town council no later than January 31st, 2022, about how he plans to implement and evaluate the program and assure that funding can continue into FY23.
Is there, go ahead. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Further discussion? Yes.
This sounds pretty much like the finance committee, but you got rid of the up to. Is that what it is?
Right, there are 2 changes. One is to where it says to seek multi-year funds. We're talking about assuring. And then it says to fill up to 8. And I'm saying, no, we need to start minimally with 8 and then see whether we need more. If you try to create a schedule with 4 responders where you cannot fill a 24/7 program with 4 responders.
Pat, are there any further comments you'd like to make about your motion, your alternative motion?
Yeah, I feel very strongly that this motion needs to pass as a way of supporting the community safety working group's contention that they could be set up for failure with 4 people. Also, the ECAC report so struck me when I was reading it the other day, and enhancing equity, increasing participation. We've seen that. Another counselor said to me very specifically earlier today, we've had young people here, we've had renters, we've had BIPOC people here because of the issues, because we're trying to address equity. And I feel strongly that this supports the Community Safety Working Group. And while I have not spoken to all of them, I have spoken to the 2 chairs, and they do support this motion.
Can I ask Athena, I don't know if this is a Word document. You don't really need the last paragraph, which is just a duplicate of the one above. And the way that we're now looking at it, it says to fund at a minimum 8 community responder. So I don't know if you can amend what's up on the screen or not. Give her a second to do that. Alyssa.
Thank you. I'd sent some similar language along to you when I was frustrated with what I believe to be the Finance Committee motion originally, which was that, and this addresses that. I'm a little uncomfortable with the at a minimum, and so I'll be interested to hear what other people say about that. But I am comfortable with the 8. The reason I supported language like this is because it speaks to FY22, whereas the Finance Committee motion doesn't speak to FY22 at all. The Finance Committee motion says seeking funds. Seeking funds is not a real action, because if you tell someone to go seek funds and they come back and say, couldn't find any, then they perform their duty. We talked about that at town council. I thought I asked the Finance Committee about that. What you're wanting is you're wanting things to be implemented. You're not wanting people to go around seeking funds. In a different circumstance, you might be, not this one. And the minor point is that you don't report to the residents of Amherst. First of all, residents of Amherst is not a defined term in the charter. Secondly, yes, we are the elected town council, but we are also residents of Amherst, and the way people find things out is they get reported out to the town council. So unless we're going to start adding residents of Amherst to literally everything, every other thing happens, that doesn't belong in a motion. So I like the way this motion makes it clearer. It's not hugely different, but it makes it clearer what our expectation is for FY22, what our expectation is for FY23. And of course, if it would turn out, for example, that the town manager would come back to us in January and say, you know what, I thought we were going to have this program funding, this other thing went wrong, then that's a conversation we'd have then. But this makes it clearly established. When I was working on this, or language similar to this, I had no idea the resolution was coming along. I don't see them as competing. I see them as things that people could support or not individually. But in my mind, I'm going to actually support both the resolution as I did and support this, although I'll be curious to hear a little bit more about the minimum.
Okay. Evan.
Yeah, excuse me. I have statements I'll say for later on my support for the motion, but I did have a question actually for Pat, which was
Please don't put that one up. It's not been advanced.
I'm sorry, one of the differences I think is you also added the date of no later than February 1st. And so my first question is why? And then my second question is actually broader, which is why the January 31st date, which I know came from the other motion. So I'd be happy to hear someone else speak on that. Just why the selection of those two dates?
It seemed to me that February 1st would give time to design and implement this whole program in essence, to really, because we are starting from zero. So February 1st felt like an important mark. And I think it's about, I'm not sure how many months away it is. And January 31st was that, what are the plans to implement this, that we need to have that, and then we need to step into the actual implementation.
The other reason for the February 1st is because in the town manager's proposal for the budget, he chose February 1st as the start time. Right. Alyssa, you still have your hand up, but I'm going to go to Mandy Joe.
So I don't know whether I can support this. As I was saying during this resolution discussion, there's a number here and we don't know what the right number is. I don't know whether 7's the right number. I don't know whether 6 is the right number. I don't know whether 4 the right number. I don't know whether 16 is the right number. And so to put a number in here, I'm struggling with, number one. But number two, this is the same problem I had with the Finance Committee motion, which is I feel like these motions are trying to get around the idea, or it's not really an idea, the state law that does not allow the council to add money to a line item in a budget, and instead says, if you don't like it, reject the budget. And I feel like this is a motion that's trying to go around that law, and I think we're setting a really bad precedent if we keep doing this. We did it kind of last year, but it wasn't with money, it was with freezing of positions without removing money. This one's actually saying find money somewhere, I guess through a budget or grants, because if we pass a budget in however many minutes it'll take to get there, there's a line that number's set. And so I guess this is saying find it somehow within that number or not, that allows us to not reject a budget. And that's what I'm struggling with, that I feel like this is a way to allow the council to make their lives easier by saying yes to a budget, but also telling the manager we don't like the budget instead of just saying no to the budget, which is why I'm struggling with it.
Andy, do you want to go? I'd like to respond to that, but go ahead, Andy.
Well, I'll start and then, because we're both on the Finance Committee. I mean, one of the things that we were thinking about at the time we were having the discussion, there was information not available to the town manager on May 27th when he submitted his proposal, was that we didn't know that Senator Comerford was going to get her amendment into the Senate budget and what would happen with the budget. But we saw the budget process moving along by the time we were voting, so that we realized that there were additional funds that were available to make this happen, which did raise a discussion. And Kathy will expand on it, I'm sure, at an appropriate point, that, was this one-time funding or was there a continuing nature to it? And that's why we put in the additional language. However, whether satisfactory or not, we thought that it was the best we could do to mention funding continuing in FY '23 because we felt that there needed to be a long-term commitment to this program. The other thing I'm going to just add is a couple of personal comments that are unrelated to speaking now solely for the Finance Committee, trying to report for the Finance Committee, is that I think that there's also a belief and understanding that I have, and that I think that the Finance Committee shared, that the charter recognizes that the town manager is the chief executive of the town and has responsibility for implementing new programs. And we sort of recognize that. And I think that the question that's been raised by Mandy about whether it's appropriate to put a number in there at all sort of does get at that issue. And I think that it's a fair discussion to have. The other thing that I wanted to just point out is that if you read last Saturday's Gazette, you'll notice on the front page that there was a lead story about how difficult it is for human services programs all across the valley to find the kind of people to work for their programs who we will be looking for community responders. So we're not sure how difficult it's going to be to even get this program established, no matter what number the town manager at the end is charged with trying to fill. And we all just need to be aware of that problem.
Let me, as a Finance Committee member and as the person who made the previous motion, not only did we learn literally the next day that the money that Joe Comerford and I had discussed was $90,000, was now advancing in the Senate budget. It has to survive the conference committee. It has to survive the governor's vetoes. That's what June is about. But in addition to that, Senator Comerford has made us already aware of 2 state grants that are for exactly these kinds of programs. And that's before we even get to the federal. So initially, my words of these funds was around grants. Now, having said that, I'm not going to even ask the town manager, but on July 1, how many vacant positions do we have in the town? And when you have a vacant position that's funded in the budget and you don't fill it, you have money that you can move around. And once we pass a budget, the town manager manages the budget to what we've said and to the goals and all that other good stuff. And so I fully believe that there is some flexibility here, but the goal is to say, we need to get this program started. I believe it needs a minimum of 8, because if you want to try something that is 24/7, you can't do it with 4, you can't do it with, especially if it's in teams of 2. So there was some more of the thinking behind what was originally here. That's all I have to say for the moment. Kathy, did you have something further on Finance Committee statement?
Just as Andy pointed out, that it appears that a couple people from finance are now coming up with changes from where we were. But I just wanted to make it clear, Lynn, right at the beginning, that I thought I agree that the town manager will have some flexibility, but we could be more directive. This budget is going in with 3 vacancies in the police department. 2 have been moved. We could say, don't hire, don't fill those, 1 or 2 of them. And that would allow the resources once we make a determination of how many people we need with a better sense of staffing, during what times a day, how many days a week. So I had wanted to make that proposal, and basically, as far as I could see, there wasn't any support in finance for it, except for maybe Pat. So I was willing to go with the find alternative money sense, but I think we could be more directive as we were last year.
Okay, let's stick with the motion that's on the table for the moment. Shalini? Andy, you still had your hand up. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Shalini?
Yeah, I would not, I think what we're hearing and proposing is that we are going to learn more in the process once we start the implementation, once we hear from LEAP. And so putting a number there does not feel appropriate to me at this point. And also, again, looking at other programs when they started, we have Olympia Washington, which started with, I believe, I don't know what they started with, but in 2019, they had 6 behavioral, and Olympia, Washington is a similar population, 55,000 people. And they started with, I don't know what they started, but they started in 2017. and 2019, they had 6 behavior specialists. No doubt, I believe Olympia is focusing on, actually, I don't know that. I'm not going to say that. And then looking at Denver, they started with 4 licensed clinicians and increased to 12. And so it's not completely, none of these programs failed or ended because we didn't, yes, we want to get to the ideal goal and we want to get there as soon as possible. And I think we need to show a commitment that, nobody in our town should be living in fear. That is just unacceptable. But giving Paul a number without knowing what that number is does not feel right to me. I trust that he is going to, once we have the data, he will make the right call, and we'll have that in our resolution. And just in terms of police, it keeps coming up about the vacancies in the police. We've already removed 2 positions, and the other 3, I don't feel comfortable again making that decision without including the police chief in this conversation. I have no idea what the safety, we have heard that people are concerned about, BIPOC people have fear of the police, and that's why we're working on this CREST program, but we don't know what is the risk to our community till the CREST is up and running and we have that alternative program. Not whether we need or don't need, I don't feel equipped to make that decision. I want to hear what the police chief, yes, let's hear him out first. Like, can we delay that for a little bit longer? Can we, I don't know. I just don't feel comfortable making a call that impacts the safety of the entire community, making that call without
Pat.
considering chief. Yeah.
Pat?
First of all, I want to remind my colleagues on the Finance Committee, and I'm a member of the Finance Committee, and I voted no against the recommendation. And I continue to say that the recommendation is faulty. I will also say that we haven't quite been listening to everything because of the density of the thinking from the Community Safety Working Group about what kinds of education or experience a community responder might have. They are not saying that every community responder needs to be a licensed clinician or social worker. That may be something that we want, but this is a place, and this is why it's so important that members of the Community Safety Working Group be working with Paul,
Wait, I can't hear you.
with the town manager on figuring out what the job descriptions are, what the, so that's clear enough. I think there needs to be collaboration, and I don't believe that's, I'm going to jump to a slightly different issue. I don't believe that has to be the whole Community Safety Working Group, but we're not hearing that lived experience is something that was even mentioned by the co-chairs this evening. And we need to look at that. We need to understand it. The other thing is that the charter says that while we cannot increase a budget item, the town manager can recommend. So I want to put as much pressure on Mr. Bockelman as possible to get him to do what I want him to do, which is to increase this budget line. So that's part of my goal as well.
Mr. Bachman.
Thank you. So I guess I'm trying to look at this in relation to the motion that the council just adopted. So in your previous motion, trust me or not, the previous motion you said, that you wanted to staff the CREST program at a level that is sufficient to ensure that a significant portion of the calls intended for CREST response and identified by the LEAP program are indeed responded to by CREST. So are you saying that that number is 8? Have you made that determination already with this motion? And so that's one question.
I know.
And then, so that's basically, the other point on this is that the second part, the second be it resolved was that whatever we set the program at in FY22, we're going to fund in FY23. And we know that where we've budgeted this year, we need a $300,000 increase for FY23 at current, that's if we keep it at just 4 positions. So what you're saying is start at 8 and keep it at least at 8 in FY23, which may be the council's intention, which I just want to be clear on what you're saying to me. And that, so that has ramifications when you come to weighing all the other budget requirements. And, you know, I think the way we've looked at this is to, I think, look to find funds, you know, through grants or whatever, to get the program up and running, and knowing that grants are not the long-term mission. We have to build this into our budget, but building a new department into the budget is pretty challenging unless we eliminate things. And the solution is to eliminate, what I hear people say is, yes, eliminate police positions. I hear that. I think that's when you say, well, where does the money come from? People respond. I have not heard this committee say that the council say that at this point in time, at least. I've heard you say hold on those positions. Some people have said hold. So I just want to be clear that if you could just clarify for me how this motion interacts with the previous motion that the council just passed, that'd be helpful.
The let me see. Resolution being non-binding, it means that we're saying this is what we want, and whether or not that is what happens, we don't know. But it's clear to me that 4 people is not enough to start this program. And I understand the funding challenges, believe me, but 4 people are not enough. I sat down all kinds of ways, even with 8, trying to figure out 24/7. So it does seem to me, and this was a number suggested by some members of the Community Safety Working Group. It was brought up by Lynn separately. And it feels to me like that's a clearer starting point. And do I know that for a fact? No, I wish I did. I wish I could just say to you that. What I'm saying is this is a risk that I think we really need to take. So if anybody has a better answer, please offer it. So I'm supporting both the resolution and this because it feels.
Okay. So the motion that is on the table is to direct the town manager to fund at a minimum 8 community responder positions to begin no later than February 1, 2022, and report back to the town council no later than January 31st, 2022, about how he plans to implement and evaluate the program and assure that funding can continue in FY23. Is there any further comment or question? Shalini, do you still have your hand up?
I wanted to suggest, could we say that in the motion to direct town manager to fund based on the findings from LEAP and a minimum of 8 or something like that, or not minimum of 8, but include the LEAP findings into the motion that he would fund based on the findings from LEAP. He would fund according to that, and yeah, to incorporate that.
So you're offering this as an amendment to the motion. And that is to add, after the word fund, based on the findings from LEAP, at a minimum, 8 community responder, et cetera. That's your motion?
Well, if it was
Is
based
that your
on-
motion?
No, it wouldn't be a minimum of 8. It would be based on the LEAP's findings. Because if the LEAP finds we need 6, then we don't need 8. So we can't say minimum. We could say, yeah, I think why not just leave it as based on what LEAP is, and if what LEAP is recommending. And if they're recommending 12, then maybe we don't have the budget for 12. So we could say that, like, with LEAP or 8, whichever is, I don't know, something like that.
All right.
If someone
gonna-
else can refine
I'm going to go
that.
on and see
Yeah.
what Alyssa has to say.
So briefly, I was not expecting to hear that, but my initial reaction to that would be no, in that we're going to get that LEAP info way before January 31st. And so if we get that LEAP information in September, October, or even sooner, and the town manager comes back to us and says, well, LEAP says 12. So what do you want to do with this? Or LEAP says 5. So what do you want to do with this? That to me would be what you do in response to getting the LEAP data. You do not try and pre-program the LEAP data. Also, I'm sorry, no, I'm not sorry. The LEAP data is not the be all end all of our decision-making process. It's one piece of information. So I don't think it belongs in this motion. And I'm not really not fighting. It's 11 o'clock at night, but I am saying I can't vote for the FY22 budget without a motion like this. I would have to reject the budget.
Dorothy.
Okay. I'm feeling very confused about the dates. February 1st, unless it's too late and my brain is fried, but February 1st is one day after January 31st. I don't get it. I don't get what those two
Okay.
dates are doing there.
The only reason February 1st was chosen is because the town manager proposed in his budget that he brought to the finance committee, February 1st is the start date for people who were going to be in these positions.
So then what's with the January 31st?
January 31st was coming back to the council. We could change the date to earlier. We could change the date to, it says no later than January 31st. Thank you.
Well, I understand the idea of the motion and I support the motion, Pat, but I just can't deal with those two dates there. It just seems just wacky to me. Why would you do that?
Well, it says no later than January 31st.
Wow.
What would you put in there?
Well, just use one date.
Well, the one of the date is the start date,
It's one day before.
and the other date is, it says no later than January 31st, that you come back and tell us, no later than.
But coming back the day before,
He
if
could-
both of them say 2022,
What if,
how can you come back to January 31st from February 1st?
what if we changed it to January 1st? No later than January 1st?
I guess, so you're giving 1 month between the two things, right?
You also
I'll
need to,
just cut
you
it
also
off.
need to think, you need to think about when the new council will be seated, et cetera. They won't be seated till January 4th of 2022. Evan,
So I think in my time on the council, I've generally been averse to things that I see as micromanaging the town manager's job. And I think that this in some way does that. And this is the one point where I will divert from my typical position of aversion, because I think that we just passed a resolution that made clear that we think the current budget of 4 is insufficient. And one of my discomforts with the resolution was that it sort of left it open to how many we expect. And I understood the reasoning for that. From what I've seen, the Community Safety Working Group expects about 30% of APD calls to likely go to CRES. I think that preliminary from LEAP was 27%, so pretty close to that. Based on that, Community Safety Working Group recommended, I want to say 15 community responders. And so we're worried that 8 might be too many. I don't imagine that will happen. In fact, I imagine it's more likely that LEAP will come back and say 8 is not enough. So I feel comfortable with this, honestly, as a starting point. If we get information from LEAP and they say 6 is great, I think we have a big conversation to have about why there was such a disparity between the Community Safety Working Group's recommendation and the results. But also we have in our rules that we can rescind prior motions and we can amend prior motions. And so if we get the data and we don't like that, we can do that. But at this point, I can't imagine that 8 is too many. And I think that I share Alyssa's position that if we are going to say as a council that 4 is insufficient, we can't turn around and pass a budget that has 4. And so, sorry, got sidetracked. One of the public commenters, I think it was Mateo Kramer, said that if the council falls short of what she expects, which was full funding, then she needs to see it complemented by an implementation plan, a funding plan, like things that show that we are serious. I think the resolution was part of that. I don't think the resolution is enough. I hope that this will give people more of a sense that we're serious about this. And so I am going to support this motion.
Andy.
Yeah, I'm struggling with this too, but I think that I have a little bit discomfort because we don't have data to back up any number to put in something as strong as at a minimum of 8. But the other thing I wanted to make sure that we do at some point is get back to an understanding of where we are in process, because I think that we started with your motion, Lynn, which I seconded, which was the original motion from the committee. And I think the next motion, therefore, is a motion to amend. And we have to be careful not to be layering too many pieces on top of pieces.
We can do a motion to amend, or we can do a motion to, it was presented as an alternative. Huh? Substitute motion. And so if the substitute motion fails, then we go back to the original motion. Does that work for you, Andy?
It's essentially a motion to amend. You'll have to vote this one twice.
Right.
You have to vote to substitute, and if that passes, then that's the motion on the table. Otherwise, if it doesn't, the original motion is on the table.
Right. So the motion on the table at this point is to direct the town manager to fund at a minimum 8 community responder positions to begin no later than February 1, 2022, and report back to the town council no later than January 31st, 2022, about how he plans to implement and evaluate the program and assure that funding can continue in FY23.
No,
That's
it's a motion to substitute what you just read for the original motion.
So
Essentially a motion to amend the original motion by putting this one in.
by substituting it with this motion. So the motion that we will vote on first, though, is this substitute motion.
No, it's to replace the original motion with this motion, and then we're going to vote this motion.
Okay, thank you. I knew there had to be another vote in there someplace. Kathy.
Okay, I'm going to build on Dorothy's question about the dates. Between now and February 1st, we're going to assess the workload, the job, write job descriptions, and have 8 people starting on February 1st. Is that what this says?
That's what this says.
So I think in my prior life, my sense was if you start something without a firm idea of job descriptions, exactly kind of people and recruitment, you may set it up to fail if you try to do it too fast. So I'm just wondering the target date of it, February 1st, for all 8 of them are on board. I think that's what this says. So that gives me a lot of discomfort because we're setting something up, and I agree, we're not necessarily hiring licensed MSWs and stuff, but we do need to figure out what it is we are hiring and talk with groups and figure out how we're staffing and where they're going to sit. And that's not very far from now.
It's 7 months from now.
It's 7 months, but
And
Pat,
that's
I've
7 months.
I've watched healthcare clinics try to figure out how to redesign a nurse's aide job. It takes a while to figure out. I'm not saying the target's not good. I think very short timelines to set up job descriptions, what they're doing, where they're sitting, and exactly how many you need on which shifts. You could get it wrong just by trying to start too fast. So it's the date that I'm a little bit worried about here, because I think January 31st is probably not bad to have a really good idea about how we plan to implement and evaluate the program with data. But hiring by February is, the way this words is, I mean, I guess, you miss the deadline, you hire in March or April. This is the intent, is get it up and going fast. But I'm just worried about too short a timeline, undercutting a good start. I think we want a really good start. We want to have a workforce that we are just interviewing for these kinds of jobs. You want to have, I'll just say, I think it's a very short timeline.
Okay, Evan. Actually, I'm going to go to Mandy Jo and then back to Evan. I'm sorry, Steve, I didn't see your hand. Thank you.
So
Steve.
I'm with Counselor Shane. I'm also 11:10 at night. I'm sharing the same concerns that Counselor Shane is. And the reason is this is a brand new department. So we're not saying we're adding 8 positions to an existing department, that we're supplementing. We're creating something from new. And we're also in a world where a lot of other communities are trying to do the exact same thing at the exact same time. So not only the shortage that was described earlier is going to be happening, but there's going to be this other competition between municipalities that are trying to start these. I would be much more comfortable with a performance-based criteria rather than a prescriptive. So the prescriptive one says there shall be 8 positions. Performance one would say something that a program that's staffed blank, at least, I don't know, 24/7 that's a lot, but at least a certain number of shifts per week or something like that. If this were a subcontract, if this were a contract with an organization like the Cahoots program, this would be a much different animal, that we'd say that we're going to commit a certain amount of money to this, issue an RFP for an outside organization to do this for us. But because this is a town department, basically being started from scratch, not part of any other public safety department, having to coordinate with these other public safety departments to figure out who's doing what, that's a lot to ask. 7 months is not, that's going to fly by. And I think that I'm really sharing a lot of concerns that I've heard from Kathy.
I'll comment later. Mandy Jo?
We're the legislative body. We say yes to a budget or no to a budget. We pass bylaws. We don't manage the town. We hire a town manager who is the chief executive officer to do that. This motion micromanages his job. That's not our expertise. we don't know whether 8 is correct. This whole debate has shown we don't know what the number is because that's not our job. It's the manager's job and who he hires to figure all of that out. So I can't support it because I think it goes beyond what we were elected to do, which is to fund a budget. If we don't think that budget is appropriate because it doesn't have enough money in it, this doesn't even talk about money, this talk about positions, not money. If we don't think the money is appropriate, we vote the budget down. If we think the money is appropriate, or if we think the bottom line number is appropriate, but it's not really in the right place, we can either vote it down or we can somehow ask the manager to move the money around. He's already produced an amended portion of his budget that shows some moving of money around, a $40,000 movement from the Public Safety Department into the Community Services Department at our request, and at his re-looking at the budget line. I think we're overstepping our bounds with this motion. And I think this debate is showing that. And so I can't support the motion.
Evan Ross.
Yeah, just to respond to Steve and Kathy, that I agree, it's a really aggressive timeline. The reason I'm comfortable with it is I'm looking at the timeline that the town manager presented to the finance committee, which has hiring the lead community responder in November and recruiting the community responder starting in November. So if we haven't nailed down the job description by January, there's like a bigger problem going on because the timeline the managers put forward has us recruiting in November, by which I'm hoping we have a job description by then. And I'm a little bit worried about the aggressiveness of that timeline. That I think is a really ambitious timeline, but it is the one that the town manager has laid out for this program. So I actually think that this aligns really nicely with that.
Andy.
Yeah, I guess I'm a little bit where Steve is. I'm very uncomfortable with the idea that we can commit to doing this. There's something in here that just is going a little bit too far in assuming that we're going to be able to hire that number of people and train them, knowing what I said earlier about the fact that established human services agencies are having trouble filling positions, and we're creating new positions at the same time that Northampton is doing the same thing. I think that we have to be very careful that we're not setting all of us, town manager and everybody else, up to fail because we're creating expectations that may be too great and not giving enough flexibility to be able to make adaptations that are required as you go along. And as Kathy is talking about healthcare, you know, I was involved in another kind of agency. I had the same problem. Establishing a new program is not something you can do quickly all the time. You have to have enough time to do thoughtful planning and thoughtful hiring and thoughtful training. And, you know, we have to make sure that we've given the manager space to do all of those things.
Dorothy.
One of the ways that you get workers for a new program is that your local community colleges create new programs to recruit people. That doesn't mean they do all the training, but they start a new program, which they do all the time. That's one of their jobs, is to provide workforce training for people in the states of Massachusetts. And then once they have helped you at least direct some people towards you, towards your new position, then you would then decide what kind of additional training you would want. But I agree, there's going to be a competition, and this is not a job that exists right now. It's combines elements from many, many jobs. and hopefully it'll appeal to some very wonderful people. But it can't just pop up in a minute. It's going to take a little bit of time. So I think we have to think of that and not be too prescriptive in the timeline.
George?
This is difficult, as we all can see, but the idea of micromanaging is really troubling me. Overstepping our boundaries is troubling me. Giving the town manager space to do his job. We're really basically stepping in and saying, no, this is what we want you to do. We're going to take care of the management of this. We have to give him space. He clearly sees what our purposes, our intentions are. I don't see how I can support this for those reasons. We just have to trust, and we also have to mind our own, do our own business. And here I think we're overstepping.
All right. So the motion that has been proposed that we have to vote to agree is to direct the town manager to fund at a minimum 8 community responder positions to begin no later than February 1, et cetera. The motion that was originally on the table is to direct the town manager to seek multi-year funds to fill up to 8 community responder positions and report back to the town council and residents of Amherst no later than January 31st, 2022, about how he plans to implement and evaluate the program and assure that funding can continue in FY23. Are there any further comments about the substitute at this point? Shalini?
Yeah, I'm feeling very conflicted because I don't like to micromanage, and yet this is urgent. And so at the same time, I also want to hear from Paul because he has to implement it. And I have, again, because it's an executive decision, I have no idea how long it takes to set up a department. And I understand that not all 8 responders have to be certified, licensed social workers, because we heard about peer responders and all of that. But just to set up the department going, is it possible to hear from Paul? Have you set up a similar department, and what was the timeline to set that up? Because it feels like, yeah, people want a timeline and a plan, but there has to be a basis for that timeline. Like, how are we coming up with these numbers, 8 months or 6 months, or like on what basis are we coming up with this timeline? So I want to hear from Paul, what is the timeline he recommends? And
Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul, you originally in your proposal back to the Finance Committee put February 1st in as the start date for the community responders, and the director was back in November. And the main difference here is that this increases it from 4 to 8. Would you like to speak to that?
Yeah, so the February one, we said purposely, and we wanted to create an external pressure to get it done, because I think that was a sense that we wanted to, and we knew that was ambitious. We know that Northampton is taking an entire year, but I felt like it was important to have a date certain that we were going to have a target for us, for our team, so that there was this pressure of a deadline that we were going to try to achieve. And I thought that was important for us as a community, that we're going to build this program to have people on board. There will be training periods, obviously, for folks that we have to go through. So I think it's a challenge, but I'm comfortable. We put that date out there for a reason. Going from 4 to 8 is a different animal. It doubles the number of people that we would need to recruit and do all those other things. If that's where the council lands, we will strive to achieve that. And if the council is willing to have me update you on where we are in that process, we can do that. I think we're trying to get the program up and running and successful. And so It's design, build, implement, and that's where we are in terms of working with the Community Safety Working Group to get to creation of this program so that it can start responding to calls in this fiscal year. And that means, designing, building, implementing, getting people on board who can then start to get trained and get our protocols in place. It's going to take time to all this work out because we're doing a lot more than a lot of other communities. We want to do more than just mental health calls. We want to do more than that. So I think there's a lot of moving pieces here. So I'm comfortable with February 1. Obviously, we'd always want more time, but I think we had that external constraint there for a reason to meet the needs of the public.
I'm going to ask Darcy, I'm sorry, you have your hand up. And then I want to ask Athena to word the motion that we have to vote on first and then go on. But Darcy, go ahead.
Yeah, I just have a question about the process here. I support this motion. I think it's just, I would like to include a lot more of the goals that have been put forward by the Community Safety Working Group, but I'm just wondering, to pass a motion like this that's asking the town manager to fund something that isn't currently in the budget, doesn't that require us to, if we pass this, to reject the budget? I'm just asking the maker of the motion, who I think is, I'm not sure who made this.
My sense is there might be some difference of opinion in the council about that. I personally don't think it does, but then I was back with the multi-year funding. So the next motion is in fact to approve the budget.
Right. I'm just saying that if we're directing the town manager to do this, aren't we telling him that we reject the budget and we're asking him to come back with funding for 8 community responders? I'm just.
Man, Joe, is that your opinion? I didn't think so either, but.
This is not my motion.
No, I know, but is it your opinion that if we pass this, we reject the budget?
I'm not gonna opine on that at all.
Okay. You were into it earlier, so I thought I'd ask. I have no way, I don't believe it does that, but Paul?
So, we will be continuing to seek funds. We have ARPA funds that we could utilize. I think that in terms of funding, we had always anticipated that there'd be external funding other than the town budget to support this. The bigger challenge that we've always identified is year 2, FY23, FY24. And those were the things that we see as a challenge. I think
Right.
moving in this year's budget, I think we can accommodate this in one way or another.
It's the follow-on
Yes.
years.
So you're saying it's not necessary to reject the budget in order for you to get this done?
Correct.
Are there any other questions? So the motion is up there, and the motion is to amend the motion by replacing it with the following. To direct the town manager to fund a minimum 8 community responder positions to begin no later than February 1, 2022, and report back to the town council no later than January 31st, 2022, about how he plans to implement and evaluate the program and assure the funding can continue in FY23. So I'm going to go ahead and start with Haneke.
No.
Dorothy.
No.
Evan.
Aye.
George.
No.
Kathy.
I'm going to abstain.
Steve Schreiber,
No.
Andy Steinberg,
No.
Sarah Schwartz,
Yes.
Shalini Bowman,
Yes.
Alyssa Brewer,
Aye.
Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
Darcy Demont,
Yes.
and Lynn Griesmer is a yes. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 6. It's 6, no, it's 7 in favor, 5 opposed, and 1 abstained. Athena? Yes. So now we go back to the original motion? No, now we go back to the motion. Okay, now this is the motion, okay? We'll start again. Dorothy Pam,
Is this the only motion we're going to have tonight?
no, there's going to be, on this, yes. Unless, yes, unless it's rejected, at that point, we go back to the motion before it. How about I go on to Evan?
Aye.
George,
No.
Kathy,
The reason I'm having such, maybe come back to me, because I'm just having we don't have any money in the budget for FY '23, and we don't have any money in the budget for '22, so I'm having a real hard time with this. So just have me come back to me.
Steve Schreiber,
No.
Andy Steinberg,
No.
Sarah Schwartz,
Yes.
Shalini Bowman,
Yes.
Alyssa Brewer,
Aye.
Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
Darcy Demont,
Yes.
Reese Mercy, yes. Hannicky,
No.
Okay, Dorothy,
No.
and Kathy.
I'll stay as an abstain.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think I have 7 yeses. 7, 5, 1. So that passes. We are now actually going to move on to the capital improvement program.
We haven't done the appropriation and transfer order yet.
I'm sorry, you're absolutely correct. Okay. That's because I wrote all over it while I was counting. The next is to adopt appropriation and transfer order FY '22-04 and order appropriating the town of Amherst FY '22 operating budget as recommended by the Finance Committee report of June 2nd, 2021, and shown on page 11. This requires a majority vote. Is there any question?
I'll
There's
second
a
the
second.
motion if you just
Thank
made
you.
it.
A second. Any further discussion?
I just have a question.
Yes.
Given that we just passed this other motion, our understanding now is that the budget we're voting on miraculously is funding 8. Is that correct? Okay. I mean, just if we say yes to this budget, we have just the town manager somehow, with grant funding.
With
something-
grant funding or
whether-
whatever.
But they, okay,
Yes,
that's, I just wanted.
yes, okay. Evan,
Yes.
George,
Oh, there's a discussion.
I got my hand up for
Oh, you had your
discussion.
hand, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I wasn't looking here and there. Mandy Jo.
Thank you. I think I can vote for this budget despite the motion that just passed. Because we vote a bottom line budget, which gives the manager huge amounts of leeway to move money between departments without asking the council. I don't agree with the motion that just passed, but whether it be grant funding or funding within the amount that the transfer order says we will raise and appropriate and ask for through property taxes and others, there is likely money in the budget that would be unspent come February 1 to find those additional funds. And due to that, I think I can support this budget because I think it's still doable even with the motion that passed.
Evan?
I'm gonna agree with Mandy Jo's conclusion, but for the opposite reasons. I can support the budget because we just passed the motion we passed. Mandy Jo was saying earlier, if you don't think that 4 positions is enough, vote against the budget. And I really didn't want to vote against the budget for that one line item because I do think the budget otherwise is a good document. What we heard from the town manager, or at least my interpretation, was confidence that in fiscal year 22, we could fund those 8 positions, cobbling together grant funding and all of that. And that's our concern right now. Looking forward, 23 is a big concern. Absolutely. But I'm uncomfortable saying we might not be able to fund 8 and 23. So we're not going to do it because 4 was never an acceptable number. And so I'm not comfortable not moving forward out of concerns for 23 because the implicit assumption for that is, well, then we'll just leave it at 4. And the council just passed a resolution that said that 4 was unacceptable. I know 8 isn't where the community safety working group wanted us to be. I know there will be a lot of people who gave public comment who will still be disappointed in this, but I think that I'm hoping that the motion that we just passed showed a serious commitment to making this program work and to moving it forward and showing that while we recognize the budget realities are difficult, incredibly difficult, we're committed to making sure that this can be funded. And so that is the reason that I'm able to support the budget tonight.
Okay, thank you. Dorothy?
I want to just add a comment that I wanted to vote for the Finance Committee thing, which gave a little more flexibility and I thought was more realistic. Because if we want something to succeed, we set realistic goals that have a chance of being met. Thank you.
Okay. Shalini?
I think I'm going to support it because after hearing Paul, and I think it's a time to stretch ourselves outside of our comfort zone. And I know once we commit, we will make it happen. I trust that there is, like what Mandy Jo said, there is money, and it's a question of priorities. And I think what we're doing here is we're saying this is a priority, and whether, we're going to make it work. We have to make it work. There is no other way out. So I would really encourage all of us. I think it would be a really powerful message to the community if we can all get behind this and just do it and make it happen.
Okay. Are there any other comments before we vote on the budget? Okay, now we're ready to vote on the budget. Evan?
Aye.
George?
Aye.
Kathy?
Yes.
Steve?
Aye.
Andy?
Aye.
Sarah?
No.
Shalini?
Yes.
Alyssa?
Aye.
Pat?
Aye.
Darcy?
No.
Reesmer is an aye. Mandy Jo?
Aye.
Dorothy Pam?
Yes.
The budget passes 11 in favor, 2 in opposed. No abstentions, no absence. We're going on to the capital improvement program.
Move to adopt appropriation and transfer order FY 22-06 in order approving and authorizing borrowing to fund capital projects, bond authorization as recommended by the Finance Committee report of June 2021 and shown on page 12. This requires a 2/3 vote. Are there any questions?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. It's getting late, gang. Anything else? Any questions? Any comments? Seeing none, I'm going to move on. I'm sorry, Darcy, thank you.
Yeah, I just, I have trouble with some of the line items for equipment and infrastructure that is still fossil fuel. And I know that we have made progress on that. And that, and Paul even mentioned it earlier, that certain things have been tagged and are being looked at more closely. But, you know, when I saw that list of diesel powered buses and fossil fuel powered trucks and vans, I just think that we should even now be doing better. So I'm going to be voting against this.
Okay, are there any other comments? Going once, going twice, done. All right, George Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane. Steve Schreiber.
Aye.
Andy Steinberg.
Aye.
Sarah Schwartz.
No.
Did you say no?
She did.
Okay,
did.
Shalini Bowman.
Yes.
Alyssa Brewer.
Aye.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Darcy Demont.
No.
Grease Merson, aye. Hannicky.
Aye.
Dorothy Pam.
Yes.
Evan Ross.
Aye.
Passes 11 in favor, two noes, and no abstentions. Excuse me. The next one is to adopt, appropriate, and transfer order FY 22-05A, an order appropriating funds for a portion of a town of Amherst capital program, equipment, buildings, facilities, as recommended by the Finance Committee report of June 2nd, 2021, and shown on page 13. Is there a second?
Second, Ryan.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Lynn, is this the one that's the borrowing or that we would be borrowing these funds?
It's a transfer.
The one we just voted on was the borrowing
Yeah,
authorization.
the prior.
That was all the borrowing?
Oh,
I don't think so. I think I thought it was the cash part of capital we were voting on
Sean, would
first.
you please clarify? The one we just voted on was borrowing, right? That's why it required a 2/3 vote, right? This one is not borrowing, right? Okay. Is there any further question about this one?
Then I voted wrong on the other one, sorry.
All right, to adopt, appropriate, and transfer, we have a motion. It's been made and seconded. No questions. We're moving on. Kathy Shane.
So this is, it's not the borrowing.
That is correct.
Okay, then I'm a yes on
According
this.
to what I've heard from Sean.
Okay, then I'm
and
a yes
Sonia.
on this. I thought we were doing the
Okay.
cash first and the borrowing second, sorry.
Okay, so yes?
Yep.
Thank you. Steve Schreiber.
Aye.
I'm sorry, Darcy, you had a question?
I just was going to say that I had the same issue that Kathy did, so I would just make my same comment about this particular vote.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments? Steve Schreiber, I did. Andy Steinberg,
Yes.
Sarah Schwartz,
Yes.
Shalini Bell-Milne,
Yes.
Alyssa Brewer,
Aye.
Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
Darcy Dumont,
No.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye, Mandy Jo Hannicky.
Aye.
Dorothy Pam,
Yes.
Evan Ross,
Aye.
George Ryan.
Aye.
That is 12 in favor and 1 opposed. The next one is the optional tax exemptions. This is to adopt, appropriate, and transfer order FY 22-11 in order approving the acceptance of optional tax exemptions for FY 2022 as recommended by the Finance Committee report of, must have been June 2nd, 2021, and shown on page 14. Is there a second?
Ryan, second.
Okay, are there questions? 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 Seeing none, we're going to start with Steve Schreiber,
Aye.
Andy Steinberg,
Aye.
Sarah Schwartz,
Aye.
Shalini Bell Milne,
Yes.
Alyssa Brewer,
Aye.
Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
Darcy Dumont,
Yes.
Lynn Griesmer's an aye, Mandy Jo,
Aye.
Dorothy Pam,
Yes.
Evan Ross,
Aye.
George Ryan,
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
It's unanimous. Okay. We are now moving to the creation of the reparation funds. And we did not pass this on the consent agenda. And if we are going to move with a motion, we have to pass that first. Is there any discussion on this time? Well, we need to do 8.4 first. Right, okay. To suspend town council rules of procedure 8.4 for the current agenda item. Is there a second?
Second, Ryan.
Any discussion? Mandy Jo?
I pulled this from the consent agenda because this throughout the entire weekend was not listed as having a motion. And then today at about 2, it came through with a motion.
Mhm.
And I don't think establishing a new, completely new stabilization fund for an issue is something that we should be told we are voting on. Well, now it's almost 10 hours before we voted on it, but about 4 hours before we come into a meeting. And I think when we were told early on that we would have at least a week to think about it and one discussion before the vote. So I don't support suspending the rule tonight.
Okay. I hear you loud and clear. Is there any further discussion or questions? Dorothy?
I support this motion and I look forward to the fund growing and being used in very positive ways. I think it's a very forward-looking a process that we're starting and that we can build upon it in a variety of ways and do something that we'll all be proud of.
Alyssa?
I believe it was a housekeeping oversight. It was posted correctly. It was not posted as a first discussion. And while we certainly prefer to have motions like we tried to cobble together for the CART program at the last minute, even though we didn't have that either. I appreciate the concern. I definitely do. And I hope that we don't make a practice of this. But I think that given the discussions we've had about it through the various processes, I think it makes sense to go ahead and suspend the rule tonight in order to be able to act on this tonight. And we need to be more cautious about ensuring that for those who actually do read the motion sheets ahead of time, like Mandy Jo, that we actually have adequate motions set up as early as possible.
The motion sheet says first discussion on it, and the motion sheet said originally no motion, first discussion.
Right.
So
The motion sheet's in wrong. I mean, it's wrong.
I'd have to go back to check something. Just 2 seconds. I can do that.
I mean, I will say, I'll go with whatever the council votes on the waiver. I'm not going to invoke the right to postpone. I will tell you that right now, but I just disagree with waiving this on
Yeah.
this issue.
And I hear you and I understand. I do know that Counselor Brewer was trying to correct the motion sheet to be consistent with the agenda, but okay. The motion on the floor is to suspend rules of procedure 8.4. Are there any other comments? Alyssa? No, okay. Then we're going to vote on the motion to suspend, and we're starting with Andy Steinberg.
Yes.
Sarah Schwartz,
Aye.
Shalini Bell-Milne,
Yes.
Alyssa Brewer,
Aye.
Pat,
Aye.
Darcy,
Yes.
Lynn is a yes, Mandy Jo,
No,
Dorothy,
Yes.
Evan,
Aye.
George,
Yes.
Kathy,
Yes.
Steve Schreiber.
Yes.
Okay. That brings us to the next motion, which is to adopt approval order FY 22-15, an order creating a special purpose stabilization fund for reparations. This does require a 2/3 vote. Is there a second?
I second it.
Okay. Are there questions or discussions? Mandy Jo.
I can't support this one either. The next item on our agenda is to create an African Heritage Reparations Assembly whose charge specifically says, quote, develop and recommend to the town council a municipal reparations plan that includes both a reparations fund, ... Yet before we've created that assembly and told them to do that, we're going to create a reparations fund. It makes no sense to me, number one. Number two, we should at least give them a chance to recommend what kind of fund they want and how they want it created. And the second is the appropriation order itself says, quote, for lawful reparations purposes. It doesn't even identify what that is or who that would be for or anything. So we're creating a new stabilization fund without actually defining in true reality what it's actually for. And so at this time, I cannot support this motion. I think it's premature given what is next on our agenda and the way the order is actually even written.
Sean.
So this was put together in response to the charge to the Finance Committee to identify a funding stream. So we came up with a stabilization fund after talking with legal counsel as a place to put funds for now. We haven't received further legal guidance on what those funds can be used for, but we wanted to set up a location where contributions could start going. And then once we get that guidance on allowable uses, then it could come out of that fund. And the benefit of the stabilization fund is, say we find out for whatever reason we can't use it for what we intended, the money can come back. The council can vote to pull the money back into to free cash or another stabilization fund. So that's why it was proposed as a place to put funds for now, to try to honor the charge that came to the Finance Committee.
Thank you, Sean. Andy.
Yeah, Sean, thank you. The thing I'll add to Sean is there's actually were 3 steps. The first was essentially we were creating a bank account. That's what this is. The second step, which isn't anticipated to take place until the fall, was to put money into the account. And then the third was to take money out of the account at some future date. And it would take a majority vote to put money into the account, which is not a vote that's anticipated until probably sometime in the fall when we have an idea of the amount of free cash we have available. And when it comes to taking a vote out, it's a 2/3 vote of whoever's of the council at that time. to take money out. So there's so many steps in the process. Just to ask you to recognize this is just the first one, setting up an account that doesn't have any money in it, and but as a mechanism to go forward. And I think that it's an act of good faith to the people who have been coming to us and asking us to consider at least creating a mechanism for reparations.
Thank you. And Alyssa?
Thank you. I understand some of the uneasiness associated with setting up a fund that we, this town council, have never done this before. We're not big on having set asides here, as I'm sure Paul will tell us. And so I appreciate that a creative solution was identified. We spoke of this at the last council when I said how ridiculous that we would send it away without actually having set up a charge, without having set up potential, as Andy says, many steps toward, but potential FY22 funding. It did not make sense to me to set up a charge for a committee and say, oh, by the way, there won't be any town funding at all, impossible until FY23. That didn't make sense to me. So I'm really glad that this solution was come up with fairly quickly. And so I think this is just a first step. And I also want to mention for those in the public who didn't hear the previous conversation at town council and didn't hear the previous conversation at finance committee, those public meetings, is that figure was not pulled out of the air. That figure was based on a rough equivalent to the amount of marijuana/cannabis excise tax, not host community agreement impact fees, but excise tax. That does not mean we're taking the excise tax and putting it in there. That was just the sort of marker in terms of approximate amount of funds at this stage, which, like Andy said, is very early stages, but that's where that amount came from. It didn't come out of the air.
Okay, Dorothy.
I just wanted to state, and this is again for the record, that the Finance Committee did not initiate this. The Finance Committee was given a charge by the Reparations Committee to identify a stream of revenue, and that is why they did it.
By the council.
By the council, yes.
Right. Any further questions or comments? Then we start with Sarah.
Aye.
Shalini,
Yes.
Alyssa,
Aye.
Pat,
Aye.
Darcy,
Yes.
Lynn, I, Mandy Jo,
No.
Dorothy,
Yes.
Evan,
Aye.
George,
Aye.
Kathy,
Yes.
Steve,
Aye.
Andy.
Aye.
Passes 12 in favor, 1 opposed. Now we're going on to the charge for the African Heritage Reparation Assembly. We already voted SME status for this committee. And so I'm going to move to the motion, which is to adopt the American Heritage Reparations Assembly in parentheses AHRA charge as recommended by the Governance Organization and Legislation Committee report of June 21st, 2021, as presented. Is there a second?
Ryan, second.
Thank you. George, did you want to speak to this?
Just very briefly, we voted to recommend it unanimously to the council. It's in the report of June 7th. Discussion focused largely around the original charge. Basically, the original charge said that 4 members of the AHRA were required to be former or current elected or appointed town officials. And the discussion went on for some time. Select community in Amherst. Sponsor pointed out that the body was not meant to be authoritative. Anyway, the final resolution of that was to, is the language you currently have, which is at least 2 of whom. The point being that there was belief that having at least some members who are a current or former elected members of bodies of Amherst would give a certain authority and also a sense of context and history and awareness of how town government works.
Okay, any questions? Alyssa?
Yes, we need to remove the term ad hoc. GOL needs to change their template. Ad hoc is defined clearly in the charter and in the rules as being a town council committee that's appointed by the president of the council. This is therefore not an ad hoc committee. It's just time limited.
Is there a problem with that, George? No. And anybody else from GOL? Alyssa, you still have your hand up.
No, I don't. I don't
Okay,
intend to.
Melanie, you have your hand up.
I was wondering if it would be helpful to include in the charge what the definition of reparations is to the committee, because there's a lot of confusion in the community about what reparations means, and maybe the charge could include that, where they would, because they're building a census of African American residents, and to get a census, what does reparations really mean, and define that in the charge.
Was this discussed at GOL?
No, not that I recall.
Okay, so you want to make an amendment to the charge?
Yes.
Could we pull the charge up, please? Yes, please do.
Are you saying a broad definition of what reparations is or is about, or specific things that are reparations? Because that needs to be decided by the committee.
There's so many different ways reparations is defined. It's either giving money to people, is it only, and what, you know, so different groups have defined reparations in a different way. And I would want to know that what do the residents, the Black residents, and the African heritage, what is it? My mind is going blank. But our committee, what does it mean to the people here? How would they define it? And yeah, does that make sense?
So, Lynn?
Mandy, I'm sorry, Mandy.
That's
Jo.
what the committee is charged with doing,
Right.
is coming up with a plan for reparations, including what that would look like. That's
That
what they
implies
would
what
be
is the definition?
doing in this charge.
Right.
But it's more the channels, right? It says what are the sources of funding and what it will be spent on, yes. But I think because some of the residents who've opposed it do not have a clear understanding of what it is, because they think it means the XYZ, and I think it would be helpful to.
But Shalini, when you defined what it's going to be spent on, you in essence define what it is.
I'm not sure.
The simple, are we talking, because making amends for a wrong one is done, is what reparations means. But it is, if we go beyond that, we're saying what kinds of things yeah. I mean, that's the issue, I think, on putting more words into this.
All right, if someone can put this in terms of a motion, even if I'm not clear it's necessary, because the committee is going to come back and say, we think you should spend it on this. And that by its very nature says, therefore, that's our definition of reparations.
It's defining. It says, what Kathy just said, a process of reconciliation and repair for harms against Black people. That's what this is.
Okay, if people don't feel it's necessary, I'm okay with letting it go.
Okay, all right, Evan?
Yeah, so I guess I had a question on, sorry, I clicked away from my screen for a second. Having the so I'm generally sort of wary about naming specific advocacy groups and having representatives from them in a charge. I think sometimes that there are people who would be as qualified or more who just might not be affiliated with an organization who could serve on this committee. I also just don't know enough about the structure of reparations for Amherst as an organization to know how many people are part of that organization, because whenever we have talked to them, we've mostly seen two faces and then people who are sort of work group members. And so are those I'm using the wrong word when I say work group, but they had or a study group. Are those part of reparations for Amherst? And I guess I'm wondering why we chose that route and not just one resident member who doesn't need to be Black necessarily, and someone who is part of reparations for Amherst. Maybe that would be an incentive to appoint them, but why does it have to be a representative from that organization as opposed to anyone who might feel they have something to contribute to this conversation, but may not be actually affiliated with our organization?
Did GOL discuss that?
We didn't discuss that specifically, no. I think well, here I'm speaking for myself, really. So I think the understanding was that this group was a prime mover in bringing this about, and it seemed appropriate to have a representative from that group involved. At GOL meeting, we had, I think, maybe my colleagues can help me, but I think at least 6, maybe 7 individuals present, helping us with as in the process of working through the chart. So there were a large number of faces present, not just 1 or 2.
But we don't know. Pat, did you have anything else to add to that? Or Alyssa? No. I know, basically we have seen 2 people speak on their behalf. What I never have seen is a membership list, is what you're asking.
Yeah, and they also came forth with a report. So someone who contributed to that report,
Right.
would they be a representative of reparations for Amherst? I guess I just don't understand the organization as an organization to know, is the membership the 2 people who we normally see? Is it anyone who contributed to that really amazing report that they presented to us not that long ago, a representative from Reparations for Amherst? And even though they are a mover and shaker on this, we had this conversation when it came to ECAC too. Do we want to name specific advocacy groups that need membership? And we
Yeah.
said, no, because there are people who might not belong to that organization, but still have something meaningful to contribute from their expertise or experience. And so I guess I was curious why we felt like it had to be a representative of that group as opposed to someone else who might have other experience or interest in reparations, but might not have a formal affiliation with the organization.
My assumption was that we assume because they have done all of the research they've done and they are connected but at the national level with what's going on, therefore they come knowledgeable about. That's the best explanation I can give. Pat, you have your hand up. It's okay. Okay, Alyssa.
My hand is up because I'm just sitting here kind of stunned that we had a group that has 2 co-chairs who've been speaking to us, but is a group of a larger number of people that we don't need to see the membership list for, that we would consider, that we would even conceive of having a reparations committee that doesn't in fact offer a position to one of the 2 co-chairs of the reparations committee. That just does not scan with what was just said about ECAC. That makes 0 sense to me. So I absolutely believe it should be one of the co-chairs, or if the organization decides further amongst them, they'd rather it was one of their other members, that should absolutely be up to them. But we absolutely should be designating a spot for the group that brought all of this forward to us. As to the seats set aside for Black residents who are current or former members of elected bodies, I know there was a change in that number, as was indicated earlier. I want to be clear that one of the reasons I do support that set aside, because I share concerns about when we decide to do set asides and when we don't, is the reason for that, from my standpoint, is that these are Black residents who put themselves forward, ran for office, served the community at large in elected office, gives you a very different perspective than if you've never served an elected office as a Black person in Amherst, or if you've never even served in office or in an appointed committee. So I'm adamant that there needs to be some set-asides for current or former members of elected bodies. I can live with the fact that it's down to at least 2, but I think the experience they bring from having run for office and worked to represent a variety of needs in the community is incredibly important experience, because so much of what they're going to be doing is in fact not just sitting at a table themselves, whether it's Zoom or not, but reaching out to the community to talk to the community about what form of reparations are, referring back to what Shalini brought up originally. It's a really important engagement piece to have it be folks who've had that responsibility in the past.
Evan, you have your hand up?
Yep, on a different issue, because I'm too tired to fight with Alyssa tonight. Did we vote waiving 8.4 for this?
Yes.
Was that on the consent agenda and I just
was
missed it?
in the consent agenda. I'm checking now. Operations.
It's just not on the one that I'm, not on the consent agenda. I'm looking
It did not, so we need to vote that first. I'm not seeing it. Anybody else?
We waived 8.4 for SME status.
Right, but we didn't vote it for, meaning.
But the charge was already in front of us before it got referred
Yeah,
to
we
Thank
didn't,
you.
we didn't
That's
need
right.
8.4 for
That was why we didn't need to put it on as 8.4. Thank you. I remember having that discussion at around noon today. So the motion on the table then is to adopt the African Heritage Reparation Assembly, AHRA charge as recommended by the Governance Organization Legislation Committee report of June 21, 2021 as presented. The only change that has been made is to drop the words ad hoc. Is there any question? I have to remember to look both ways and look this. Just remind me, okay? All right, we're starting with Shalini Bell-Milne,
Yes.
Alyssa Brewer, Alyssa,
Thought I lost my connection. Aye.
Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
Darcy,
Yes.
Lynn is aye, Mandy Jo,
Aye.
Dorothy,
Yes.
Evan,
Aye.
George,
Aye.
Kathy,
Yes.
Steve,
Aye.
Stan, Andy,
Yes.
Sarah, don't
Yeah.
get me, Sarah, aye.
Aye.
Thank you, that's unanimous. We are going on, there was a memo in your packet about the American Rescue Plan Act funds. We already voted in consent agenda to refer this to the council, to the Finance Committee to help figure out the guidelines. And we already voted 8.4 on this one, so that we are to the original motion, which is a requirement of the federal government, and that is to accept and authorize the expenditure of the American Rescue Act grant. Is there a second?
Second, Ryan.
Thank you. Any further question? Mandy Jo.
Yeah, I was wondering, it's somewhat related. Did we return any CARES Act funds? And if we did, how are we going to ensure that we don't return any ARPA funds?
Sean, we knew there was a reason we asked you to stay till midnight.
Some of my best work happens after midnight. Going back to the schools too, I mean, so we don't know yet. We've spent about $4 million on COVID-related activities. Our CARES allocation was about 3.5 million. However, most of that we've had to submit to FEMA as well to figure out what they will reimburse us for. And those reimbursements are coming through very slow. So like we submitted 2 applications last year that were sort of getting an indication of what they're going to cover. So our goal is to spend as much of the CARES money as possible. And again, we spent up to almost 4 million at this point, and we still have a few more things going on. But we won't know the exact amount until October. Because that's the cutoff for when the end of October is the cutoff for when we have to have our final requests in for CARES.
Okay.
And how can we ensure that we don't run into this problem with ARPA so that we don't have to return any ARPA funds?
So with ARPA, as far as I know, we don't have the same, it's a much broader use of funds. So the CARES had to be specifically COVID related, like health expenditures. These funds can be used for revenue replacement. There's broader infrastructure uses. You still have to tie it back to COVID in the end, but it's much broader, where I don't think spending it will be a problem in this case, whereas CARES was much more restrictive in what you could use it on.
Okay. Any further questions? All right, seeing none, I'm going to go to Alyssa.
Aye.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Darcy.
Yes.
Lynn is yes. Mandy Jo.
Aye.
Dorothy Pam will be right back. Evan Ross.
Aye.
George Ryan.
Aye.
Kathy Shane.
Aye. Yes.
Steve Schreiber.
Aye.
Andy Steinberg.
Aye.
Sarah Schwartz.
Aye.
Shalini Bell-Milne.
Yes.
I'm just gonna say it's 12 to 0 to 0 with 1 temporarily absent. Can I do that, Athena? Thank you. I am open to delaying H until next week. Okay, here we go. We already suspended Rule 8.4. This is whether or not we continue in-person / hybrid, which is tonight. Or we go back to meeting remotely, which we've been doing for the last 15 months. And the motion is wide open, so I'm going to leave it to somebody. Mandy Jo.
I'm just gonna make a motion
Okay.
to continue all town council meetings in person / hybrid meeting format until September 1, 2021.
Okay, the motion's been made. Is there a second?
Ryan, second.
Okay, so this is to continue all town council meetings. Excuse me, thank you, both of you, for. Thanks. I hope not. I'm sure she is. All right, so the motion is to continue all town council meetings in-person hybrid meeting format until September 1st, 2021. The motion's been made and it was seconded. Yes. Further discussion.
I just have a question.
Kathy.
Okay, my question is, how many of us could have been remote night? So is there a core that?
It does. You do not have to have a quorum in the room.
But you have to have at least probably one person if.
Somebody has to show up.
Someone has to show up. Okay, that was my question.
Yep. That is my understanding. I'm more than willing to have Athena and Paul who are looking at this.
What's happening with Athena? What's happening?
If there's anybody still listening. We still have 12 people in our audience.
Or they're sleeping.
Either that or they're sleeping. And we appreciate those of you that are still awake and with us. All right.
I have a.
Are we ready, Sean? I think he needs to extend the meeting, right? On Zoom.
Can everyone who's remote still hear us?
Yes.
Okay, then I think we're good.
All right. Thank you. Darcy.
Yeah, I guess I am assuming that it's.
Wait a minute, Darcy, hold on.
Can Athena mute herself? Thank you.
Unmute.
Darcy, can you hear us?
I don't
Okay,
think,
you're muted right now, Darcy. Can you go ahead?
can you hear us? I don't think they can hear us.
I can hear you all.
Hear you.
Okay, Darcy, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Please make your comment.
Yeah, I am, I have a strong preference for having, remote meetings, and I am interested in hearing from the town manager how much more complex and work intensive it is.
Sorry, Darcy, we're having audio problems. Hang on just a moment, please.
Cool. You know, the fact that they can't hear us, we have a live audience here, so
I can hear you all.
The remote people can hear you just fine. It's just that it's all messed up at your end.
All right.
I-
That sounded fine. Darcy, go ahead.
My point was just that I, very much prefer the remote meeting. I personally won't be able to meet in person for a while. And I'm just wondering how much, from the town manager's perspective, how much more work intensive it is for staff to do the hybrid meetings.
We heard that you personally will be doing meetings remotely, and you asked how much more intensive it is for the staff to do a meeting in person that's hybrid.
Right.
Paul?
So we have, in addition to Athena, we have an IT person here the entire evening for just this reason. And again, it was not planned. I think we would not attempt a council meeting without a second staff person here during the duration, just because your meetings are very important. We will not expand that opportunity to other committees that are not appointed by the council or anything like that, because we just won't be able to staff it. So it does take more staff time to do hybrid meetings from our point of view.
Alyssa?
From the perspective of a remote participant, I don't know that if I'm somehow magically seeing things differently because I'm a panelist rather than as a member of the public, But as I pointed out earlier, I couldn't see people who were up on the screen because the screen's not generally visible. Even when we have the camera view that shows all of you sitting there, the screen is just a blur. And so it's actually, I'm seeing little tiny people with masks on, which to me is a lot less personal feedback than I would see in little boxes, Brady Bunch style on Zoom. And I don't know that how it advantaged the public, because I know the hybrid's really important to us from public comment, and I'm not sure how having in-person public advantage the public. Obviously, I'm willing to hear more about that. Personally, I'm going to be continuing remote, but I'm just not, that's me personally. And I don't need to fight about it. I'm just not sure who it was helping tonight to have a hybrid meeting.
Dorothy.
I could see down sitting here talk just excruciating. And I think I look at myself here and I think, what is the audience seeing? And it's like really just like a Muppet or something. So if you could change the rule. Okay, I really did get something that was not getting in the Zoom. If we can meet in person but not wear masks,
Yeah, so I had that exact same experience the first time when the elementary school building committee, I hated having the mask on the entire time. I did review that with the health director. Health director feels very strongly that when you have a number of people gathered in a room for an extended period of time, and where there's no requirements about vaccination or anything like that, and there's not necessarily even social distancing when you're sitting at that table, that masks is the precaution that she feels is important. And so that's the rule, and especially since we're all in the room for 6 hours, sharing the same air, the circulation pattern isn't that 40 people allowed to be in this room and audience. And so if you think we had about 30 people, 25 people tonight. If there's 40 people, the air circulation isn't, and so this is what's a precaution. We talked about maybe members of the committee not wearing masks, but we felt like that was creating a disparity between, are you special and you're not? And just felt like it's better to have a clean policy on that.
Okay. Mandy Jo, I'm sorry.
So a couple of things. Being in person is very valuable, I think. I think our discussions were much better. We were able to respond, at least for those of us in the room. This was very valuable, and I would hate to have to go back because some people prefer not to make the trek to town hall. To put it a little, I know that's not the only reason people are remote, but a convenience factor should not be a reason we don't show up in town hall. As for the masks, so I would not support remote anymore. We don't have a state of emergency. Vaccines are readily available. We're back to a new normal. As for the masks, I hear what you're saying, Paul, but from February of 2020 until, I don't know when, it was follow the science. And I guess we've stopped following the science with mask guidance because the CDC says if you're vaccinated, you shouldn't need a mask. And so we're being more conservative than that. If we want to lead as a town, we should be leading by following the science, which is following the CDC guidelines, which would, I believe, say we don't need masks on in this room, even if it's 6 hours. I'm not going to fight that. I'm okay with a mask. My kid's been wearing it in school for 5 hours a day for 9 weeks because in-person is safe. The school hasn't had a single issue, I don't think, with anyone, and those kids aren't all vaccinated. So we can do this safely. I think it's better for this council to do it this way, to have us in the room together. I would support the hybrid in that the public, for their benefit, it's nicer for them to be able to call in and helpful to them, but we're here to do business, and for our benefit, we should be in the same room together.
Shalini?
Yeah, I think it's a matter of opinion, whether for Mandy Jo it's better to be in the room together with or without mask. For me, it's better to be in person without the mask, but with the mask, I don't feel comfortable. I feel conscious. I can't talk easily over the mic, and so for me, it isn't comfortable to be with the mask in, and it's not a question of convenience because we had been doing it, and I would still do it. So it's not about convenience, and I know other people have health concerns and family members and whatnot. So I don't know. It's a question of opinion of what value is it adding to be in the room with masks on and do the hybrid when versus just be till we can be safely in the room without masks. But that's my opinion, and I'm not enforcing it on anyone, but I don't know. I don't see what's the advantage of being there with the mask on.
George?
I have to agree with Mandy on this one. The human connection, I'm just so sick to death of sitting in a room staring at a screen, I can't see your faces. I can't communicate. I mean, it's terrible. So the hybrid will allow us, those who are uncomfortable or unwilling to be here in person, that's fine. Allows them to participate, but allows the rest of us to be here. The human connection is the heart of politics, as far as I understand it. And this virtual world, I've had enough of it. So I would very much hope that we could at least have a compromise where those of us who would like to be present can be present, the rest of us can be remote, and we can go about our business.
Pat?
I think we had certainly had many more than 40 people here because we had people calling in. And I think that for some people, if they're young children, one mother talked about putting her kids to bed. I think it's very important that we have the public being able to call in and observe. So I want the hybrid to continue.
Okay, so the motion on the floor, further questions, comments? The motion on the floor is to continue all town council meetings in-person hybrid meeting format until September 1st, 2021. Any further questions or comments?
Is the stop date just so we can take a look at it?
Yeah, I think so. And Mandy Jo, you made the motion. Is there a reason that?
I was basing that on memos that we got about reevaluating in September. I'm not sure one meeting's enough to really tell. I think we should give it some time and then we can make decisions after that.
Right. And the school committee, for example, has decided to continue, I believe, in total remote form through the summer and then assess it for the fall. So it's kind of people are looking at it for summer because of vacations, et cetera, and then trying to decide what they should do in the fall. That's the reason for trying it out, if you will, one way or the other. Any further questions, comments?
I have one.
Yeah, Dorothy.
I'd be interested to know what the public feels. I mean, first of all, in the old days, the pictures of us were very, very blurry and vague. So they really couldn't read our expressions. But then they spent a year, I think, being able to see expressions. Now they've got us back masked here. I would be interested to know what the public feels about this.
Mm-hmm. I think there's, yeah. For someone who likes to smile and has my expression with my eyes, it changes things. All right. I don't know that there's any particular way we'll hear from the public, except they'll write us. All right, so we're going to start this vote with. I'm sorry. Alyssa.
Well, since you asked for any particular way for the public to write us, what about when we're finished with this vote tonight, however this goes, we issue a press release via news and announcements, and we say, this is what we're doing until whatever the date was in September. And in the meantime, please give us your feedback.
Sure. Sounds good.
And Lynn, there's someone in the public with a hand up right now.
Shalini?
There's someone in the public with a hand up.
Yeah. We're done with public comment, and if we open that door, it's a whole different ballgame. We'd love to hear from the public, and we would like to ask if you could send us an email and tell us your opinion. That's to Amherst, it's to towncouncil@amherstma.gov. All right, the motion is on the floor. Any other questions from the council? All right, then we start with Pat. Aye. Darcy. Darcy?
She's muted.
Someone keeps muting me. No.
Griesmer is going to, for the moment, hold. Haneke?
Yes, aye.
Darcy?
I'm abstaining.
Evan?
Abstain.
Evan? George?
Yes.
Kathy?
No.
Steve?
No.
Andy?
No.
Sarah?
No.
Shalini?
Wait, what are we voting? In-person hybrid, right?
This is for the hybrid form, like we did tonight.
Hybrid, yes. Hybrid, yes.
Alyssa?
No.
Six noes. We have 4 yeses. We have 2 abstentions.
Who haven't voted?
And you know why I haven't voted? Because I'm willing to go with the will of council. And I frankly wanted to not vote on this one. So abstain. But I want people to know why. I'm willing to go with the will of the council. All right, so 6 noes, 4 yes. So it wins. What does it do? It fails.
No, it fails.
Okay. All right, so it fails. God, thank you. It fails. So we're back to, then we would start meeting in remote to September 1st.
There's no motion on the table. There's been no decision
Okay.
made.
So the motion on the table would be the following: to continue all town council meetings in remote meeting format until September 1st, 2021. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Is there further comment?
I have a comment. We voted.
Dorothy?
I have a comment. After listening to what Paul said, I have to say that although I did enjoy seeing you and your responses, I thought about sitting in for several hours with the patient audience about whom I have no idea of vaccination status. And I'm sitting here waiting for the Delta variant. And I decided, the public health director did give you the right advice. We need protection. And I began to not feel safe enough.
Okay. So this time, any further comment? Yes, Andy Jo.
I think it's sad that our students and our kids in this town are braver than we are.
They're younger too.
You know, George, did you have a comment? Any other comments at this point? Sarah?
So I went to the GOL meeting in person, and that was fine. However, I'm in a situation where I am in about 2 weeks probably going to help a family member in a hospice situation. And another caregiver has an immune deficiency disease. I'm not, I'm following the science. I'm not afraid, but I am protecting people that I care about. And it could be a variant. It could be my 20% chance of just getting plain old COVID. It could be the flu. Right now, I can't. And I really think that I really wish that we could sort of not presume that we know why someone doesn't want to be in the room, although I do appreciate different points of view, but I'm just hoping that we don't just presume that anyone who isn't there tonight or who votes against this is not following the science or is a.
Mindy Jo?
The hybrid model would not have prevented anyone from participating remotely, but those that are voted against the hybrid model are forcing those of us who actually had a benefit from being in this room from not getting that benefit.
Are there any other comments? To continue all town council meetings in remote meeting format until September 1st, 2021. Any final comments? Then we're going to start the vote. Darcy?
Yes.
Griesmer abstains. Haneke?
No.
Dorothy?
Yes.
Evan?
Abstain.
Ryan?
No.
Kathy?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Shalini?
Abstain.
Alyssa?
Yes.
Pat?
No.
What is your final vote, Athena? So 7 in favor, 3, and 3 abstain. Okay? So our next meeting on the 28th will be remote.
Is that just town council or all committees?
That is the town council. So the second next motion is to authorize each council committee to decide how they will meet, either in person or remote, until, I'm going to say September 1 to make it consistent. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? And this means the chair will decide your next immediate meeting. And after that, and at that meeting, there needs to be a vote. And I already know CRC has an exception to that. Okay? Is there any other question? Yes, Alyssa?
Yes. So to be clear on the language here, unlike with town council where we had a hybrid tonight and we could have continued that, but that was defeated. We are not offering hybrid meetings to the town council committees. We are only offering fully in-person meetings with normal remote abilities for people who want to participate, who are members of the body who want to participate remotely. We're offering fully remote meetings like the town council just agreed to have. But if you're not a fully remote meeting, then the only way you're going to hear from the public is if the public shows up in person, because you're not offering them the ability to call in. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So why would we let council committees make that decision? Why would we move backwards into pre-pandemic world to let town council committees make that decision. That feels very wrong to me, given how much we've heard from the public about how much they appreciate this engagement level.
So the motion's been made and seconded. We can defeat it, but, you know, and then we could go back to the council decides for all committees, which I think is what you're suggesting. Alyssa? Andy Joe or Alyssa, are you speaking? Please.
Maybe what I'm saying is I'm saying, one, I wanted to be clear that we didn't have the same choices that we have with town council. And
Right.
two, I'm saying it's a terrible idea not to allow the public to be able to call into our meetings. And if some council committee doesn't agree with me on that, I'll be disappointed in them. But I guess if other people want to give them that choice, I guess they can do that.
Okay. Mandy Joe.
I would just say there's some council committees that rarely have anyone show up, including during the entire pandemic when we were meeting remotely, that almost never had anyone attend.
Yeah. I think, Shalini.
Yeah, we already heard from one public member by email that they really don't want to lose the option to participate by Zoom. That has been really helpful for people to participate. But that was, I suppose, with respect to town council, but I'm sure it's also for committees.
Darcy.
I just want to make the comment that it seems like it would be kind of confusing to the public to have the council committees all having different formats for their meetings, or not knowing whether it's either Zoom or in person. But anyway, I think that could have a confusing element to it to the public.
Okay. Kathy.
To make one comment of the other huge benefit of Zoom has been even the meetings that no one was sitting in the audience, people could watch them later. And people have really liked, they said, did you see that meeting? Did you hear what was said? And we've got videos of all of them. And we only had finance and the council, I think, being Amherst Media before. So we now have these.
In this room, you can record a meeting.
So we're in this room, but I don't know how many people tried to do that when they were in this room and tried to get the videos up. The technology was there, but Sean said it was really hard to transport it over with this gizmo we had, pre-Zoom. Pre-Zoom.
Sorry, I have to stand up. I just can't sit anymore.
But committees aren't going to have that ability, are they?
The committee, if you're on Zoom, you can record. If you're in this room, you can record. It is easier to record on Zoom and put it up. Is that correct, Sean? Thank you.
Okay, so that won't change.
Okay. So the motion is to authorize each council committee to decide how they will meet, either in person or remote, until September 1st. It's been made and seconded. Is there any further discussion? George.
Sorry, it's just the lateness of the hour. What is the status for all other committees? In other words, for town committees, are they meeting in person now? Or are they meeting on Zoom? Everybody else, other than.
When you call your next meeting.
No, I
you-
mean, I'm talking about,
Oh, all of the other town committees are meeting by Zoom until after Labor Day.
Like the town manager reports.
thank you, I know. Thank you.
Okay? And in addition to that, which the governor's law, signing the law now allows, the district advisory board was promised they could meet by Zoom. That was one of the conditions that was in the thing, even after Labor Day. All right, any other questions? We start with Griesmer, who is, yes. Haneke.
Yes.
Dorothy.
Yes.
Evan.
Aye.
George.
Yes.
Kathy.
Yes.
Steve.
Yes.
Andy.
Abstain.
Sarah,
Abstain.
Shalini,
Yes.
Alyssa,
No.
Pat,
I don't believe I'm going to say this, but I'm saying abstain. I have no idea anymore what we're voting on. And I don't want to hear.
Darcy.
No.
Okay, it passes, but it's by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 8 in favor, 2 noes, and 3 abstentions.
Yes.
Thank you. We've done the next one. God, is there anything else left? Yes, there is. Oh, my God. All right, we are now to the appointment of the Finance Committee. And this was on the, not on the consent agenda because the committee did not have a unanimous vote. So in accordance with Town Council Rules of Procedure, Rule 10.9, to appoint Rob Hagner as a non-voting member of the Finance Committee effective July 1, 2021 for a term to expire June 30th, 2023, as recommended by the Governance Organization and Legislation Committee report of June 21st, 2021. Is there a second?
Second, Ryan.
Is there any question?
Say the name again.
Bob Hagner.
Oh, just reappointment.
Just a reappointment, yes. Any question? All right, vote is, who do I start with? I'm just gonna pick somebody. Mandy Jo. Mandy Jo.
Aye.
Dorothy.
Yes.
Evan.
Aye.
George.
Aye.
Kathy.
Yes.
Steve.
Aye.
Andy.
Aye.
Sarah.
Aye.
Shalini.
Yes.
Alyssa.
Aye.
Pat.
Aye.
Darcy.
Yes.
And Griesmer is a yes. That's unanimous. That's it. Appointments are done. Are there any committee or liaison reports from the Community Resource Committee?
We're interviewing ZBA candidates on Wednesday at 5 in the town room here.
Okay. Elementary school building, Kathy?
We did a draft of the request for services for a designer that's available. If people want to see it. It turns out we had to expedite it to get on a panel because MSBA has limited slots. So
Great. Finance Committee, Andy?
Nothing further.
Okay. It's been a big night for finance. GOL, George?
Yes, we meet Wednesday. We'll be making recommendations for DAB. What I can tell you is that at the very best, we can only fill 7 of the 9 slots, but it will be enough to establish a quorum.
Okay, good. And then that will be on the agenda on the 28th. Darcy, TSO?
We meet on Thursday. We're going to hear from the DEP technical assistance person on the hauler reform grant, and we're going to hear from Mandy Jo about the surveillance technology bylaw.
Do you anticipate anything coming before the council on the 28th?
Appointments? I don't think so. Paul?
There may be.
Yeah, don't worry, we'll figure it
Yeah,
out. We've done approval of minutes. Are there any liaison reports? Town manager, Paul?
You have a meeting in 6 days. I can report then.
Sounds like an idea. Town council comments, let me say, while there's a few other items next week, it's all about zoning. And in your packet today was a draft of
the remarks that I will make at the hearing on ranked choice voting on Wednesday, the 23rd. That's a virtual hearing. Mandy Jo Haneke will also be speaking, and in her capacity as counselor and vice chair of the Charter Commission, and Tanya Leese will be speaking as chair of the Ranked Choice Voting Commission, and it will be hosted by, we will be hosted as a panel by, as Mindy Dom and Senator Comerford. Are there any future agenda items or questions?
So does that mean there's still a possibility of it being?
It
passed?
won't. No, I'm sorry. Thank you for asking that. I've checked, and this is just the first step.
Okay.
It's not going to make it by July 1. Are there any other questions, comments at this time? George?
District 3 has its meeting this Wednesday evening, 7 to 8:30 p.m. on Zoom.
Yes.
Letting you all know, and you're welcome to come if you wish.
And District 2 has a meeting on Thursday at 7 o'clock till 8:30. And we welcome you all. Right, Pat? Got it. Anything else? Other comments? Meeting's adjourned. It is at 12:52. We set a new record.